Hello. I'm gonna try this out, and I'm not sure audio levels wise what we're looking at. Last time I ended up being quite quiet, so we're gonna see where we land here. But just send something in chat if it's too quiet or too loud. Alright, well today I've got quite a list of repairs to do. First I've got 4 Game Boy Colors, we have a Game Boy Pocket, and we have 2 Sega Game Gears, as well as a PlayStation. So we're going to go ahead and get to it. The Game Boy Colors, I've cleaned them, but they're going to need a little bit of love on the speakers, and one of them needs a little bit of fixes on the screen. Also, I have a DMG, just like original big gray box Game Boy. That one, we've got to fix the screen lines on there. So we're going to go ahead and get to it. Let's move over to the workbench. That's not the workbench. There we go. Okay. Alright, so I've got our little setup here. We have this Game Gear here. Oh, that glare's pretty bad, huh? I'll figure that out. Let's go ahead and start with the Game Gear. Now, let me grab a screwdriver. I have tried testing this. The one issue I've had with testing these is that it's 6 AA batteries in the back of here. That's a lot of power. It takes 9 volts, which great. But it also means that I have to have 6 AA batteries to be able to test one of these at least once. Alright, so I have this taken apart. Now the issue with this guy, with the screen flashing on and then turning straight off, actually let's show that real quick before I dissect it. I'm gonna remove this warning sticker. I didn't put the sticker on. I don't love having things stuck directly to the screen lens on these old systems. Yeah, there, see? That's not my favorite thing in the world. Okay. Grab some batteries. All 6 of my AA batteries here. I'll pull you guys a little bit closer. Yeah, so let's pop these in and we'll give it a test. I do have a game to test it with. I believe it's Sonic 2. Let me grab the game. I've got all these handhelds to fix in a milk crate, and I'm trying not to shake them around too much, but there we go. I'll move the scope out of the way just for a minute. We don't need that right now. I do have this repair kit for the Game Gear, but let's go ahead and pop the game in, give it a test. You see the screen, it turns on just for a moment. We get a power indicator there, and then nothing. So that's what we got to solve. Now, when I looked around online, it seemed pretty unanimous that that issue is caused by the power supply. These power supplies in these old systems, the capacitors especially, end up going bad. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch out the power supply capacitors. We're going to switch out the battery management IC, and then a little transistor on there. And hopefully that is all we're going to have to do to get this guy working. Let me take all the batteries out. I did do one of these repairs already, and it seemed to work okay, though I think that other Game Gear is having a couple different issues unrelated to the power supply. I believe that one is the actual screen. So tonight we'll also get to dissect the quote-unquote high voltage screen that's in here. They have this pretty funny warning. It's hard for me to show you guys. It's right there. But it says caution high voltage, which is funny for something that's running off of 6 AA batteries. But these Game Gears were great because at the time, Nintendo's Game Boy handhelds didn't have a backlight unless you lived in Japan and were able to have a Game Boy Light. Your console of choice didn't include a backlight, so these were quite nice. Here is our battery management area. That's our little power supply. This is for sound, so we've got our volume in our 3.5mm headphone jack, and you can see the 2 battery bays. They get wired around here, and then all gets controlled up here. So these 3 capacitors are what we're replacing, along with this IC, these 2 transistors, and then one more guy right there. Let's pull that out, and we'll get it under the microscope and take a look. This is actually the first time that I've had my hands on a Game Gear at all. I've not seen a ton of them, and I don't love when they use that adhesive. Yeah, these Game Gears, they're not terribly expensive, but they're just not very commonly found. I think between the price when they came out and how many units were produced in total, just not as popular as something like the Game Boy Color, where everybody had one. Alright, so I'm going to just put these screws back in where they go on the screw posts. And there's what we're repairing. Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and set the actual Game Gear aside. Oops. Let me just make a mess. We're going to set that aside. We're going to set up the microscope. And we're going to get this board here under the scope and see what the issue is. Here's our little scope here, and then actually I'm gonna turn it on for you guys too. Okay, that is way too zoomed in, but here we go. Okay. There's our board. Let's focus that in. Aha. There we go. Here's what we're working with. So, this capacitor, let me get some tweezers. These 3 capacitors are getting changed over. I have those new ones in this bag here. And then we're going to change this IC. This is the battery or power supply controller. There is quite a bit of dust and kind of other just junk down in there. Make sure that's all focused for you guys. So it doesn't look like these capacitors have popped. Maybe this one, but I think we'd see more corrosion on there if that was the case. So we're going to clean that up. I've got some isopropyl alcohol here. First, let's get these capacitors off. I'll heat up the soldering iron. Yeah, this little board is pretty tightly fit in there for the time. It's pretty impressive little system. Okay, we're gonna start by just adding some extra solder over top of what's already there. I need to get my iron hotter. I usually work around 350, 360 Celsius. That gets it nice and heated for this leaded solder here. Alright, let's refocus that. There you go. Okay, get that nice and hot. And get that one nice and hot. Now hopefully if we do this right, the capacitor will actually just fall out. We're going to heat these guys up. Ooh, I don't really want to bridge that connection, but it's also been years and years, so if the capacitor's not working, then I'm not so worried about shorting it. Let's see. Oh, there it is. There's some movement. Let's just wiggle it back and forth a little bit. A little bit of downward pressure. There we are. We're in business. There we go. That is our capacitor. Let's see if we can read the capacitance. It says 4 watts, 35 volts, 22 microfarad. There it is. So we're gonna set that aside. And now we're gonna go and take off this next one here. Oh yeah, you can see on the board there just how messy it is up under there, so maybe something leaked out. Okay. Let me get that in view and focus up. There you go. The same thing again, we're just gonna get it nice and hot. Ooh, that is very hot. Okay. And we're gonna just try to wiggle that right out. Here it comes. And ideally we just let gravity do the work and it pops right out. Come on. Boy. Okay. We're gonna try a different strategy. I am going to give it a little extra motivation by holding the bottom of that. And hopefully if I just grab it like that and I put a little bit of pressure. Let's see. Okay, let's give that another shot. It looks like it's almost there. There it comes. It looks like the pins may be bent towards each other, at least slightly. try to just bend them away from each other as much as I can without burning the board. Okay, let's see. Now what I'm looking for here is just any sort of room down in between that bottom of the capacitor and that PCB. And you can see it's just, we've made a little bit of progress, but not much. And it's hard to see, but it looks like the solder might be kind of gupping up right under the main unit, so that's not awesome. I'm gonna hold it in one hand and kind of just give it pressure and try not to burn myself. Yeah, it's not really moving. Okay, well, let's just give it a bit more solder and a bit more heat. It might actually be easier to remove the larger capacitor also before doing this one, if this one continues to give us this much trouble. Yeah, that solder is just going straight down under the other side of the board. Oh. Just trying to push it with that soldering iron tip. Okay. Let's see some movement. Yeah, it's being really stubborn. The other board that I did didn't have nearly this much resistance. It looks like it's twisted. Okay, that's interesting. Let's see if I can show you guys what I'm looking at. Right down the middle there, you can see the bottom lead, and it looks like the capacitor is just ever so slightly twisted in its space. That might have been to hold it in place. Oh, yeah, we're getting some adhesive coming out. That's good stuff. All right. Thank you, narcotic pigeon. How are you doing today? That noise scared me, by the way. I don't know if it came up on screen, but well enough. That's good enough. Hey, Jacob. All right, let's see if. See, it's almost there. We've got the legs almost out, but let me focus that in again. All right. Yeah, it's being really stubborn. Let's see what we can do. My hope is that just adding more solder is gonna help, but I suspect I'm gonna need to give it a little pressure from the other side again. Okay. Well, the good news is we have it pulled off the board at least slightly. So what I can do is I can work my tweezers up under there. Let me get some finer tweezers. We're going to work the tweezers under here, and we're going to use it as a lever. Okay. Now if I put pressure on the board with my finger here, sorry, I'm trying to figure out which camera to point at. If I put pressure on the board with my finger here, hopefully by heating up the pins, the pressure will just pull this guy out. Yep, there it is. Okay. let's take a look at this guy, because honestly, if I had to guess, that was probably the issue. Look how gnarly that is. And I think a lot of that was probably there before I started toying with things. Alright, so we've got to replace him too. Let's take off the big one, and then we'll start the fun part. Actually, before I remove anything else, I am going to try to clean up. Well, what I'd like to do is clean up using this wick, this soldering wick here. I'd like to clean up these empty holes where I've taken components out, these two here, and that'll just make it easier when we have to put the new components in. So these pins are next up on the chopping block. These guys connect to that fat capacitor there. So we're going to go ahead and heat those up again. And this part's not terribly difficult. Mostly once you get the actual pad heated up, then the capacitor mostly comes out. We just heat that side up, and then we'll go back to this side, and then we'll go back to this side. With wider soldering iron, sometimes you can actually end up heating both sides at once, but I don't think my iron is equipped for that. Getting a little bit of movement there. Gonna free the pin a little bit. I'll probably use the same tactic I used for the last one with the lever. That worked quite efficiently. That looks good. Let's pop it in. Ooh, that is so much faster than how I was doing it earlier. Okay, we got one whole side out. Let's try to free that second side. Now it looks, yeah, it looks like we're dealing with some more capacitor blowout down there. All that gunk. It's really just the chemicals and adhesives and stuff from inside the capacitor from when it swells up over time. So I'm gonna work my tweezers up under it from the opposite side and try not to puncture it, but so be it. Let's see. And we got it. Let's get it all the way out. There it is. There's our guy. Yeah, and that's got some pretty nasty gunk covering it up too. Yeah, that's pretty rough. So, we have our 3 dead capacitors. And that first little one looked mostly fine, honestly. There's a little bit of stuff on the side, but not bad. This second one is pretty rough. And that third one's also pretty rough. So let's see what we can do with that guy right there. So the plan is we get the IC off and we'll replace it, and then we replace this one, and then we replace this one, this here, and then these two finally, and then we'll kind of do everything backwards to put the capacitors back on. So the process here is actually a little fun. what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this flux. This is super heat conductive paste. And we're just gonna inject this right over top of all the legs. And again on the other side. That's quite a bit, but that'll be all right. And what that's going to let us do is it's going to let us blow super hot air all over the IC that we're changing out. Here's our hot air gun. This thing is awesome. We're shooting air at about 390 degrees Celsius. And you can see the flux melt almost into the solder. Get from the other side also. Just get that nice and hot. And then what we want to do is we want to grab our tweezers here, and we just want to start slowly jiggling around. But before I do that, I am gonna tape this board down to the microscope. I would really not want it to move around much while we do this. I've got a knife somewhere. Okay, let's tape this down. I'm just gonna try to get it as secure as I can. That looks okay. Let's do another pass. All right. There we go. That's pretty secure. I like that. So, crank up the air, and we're gonna go ahead and get in there. It's like probably one of my hairs. We don't want to be cooking that. It's gonna smell really, really bad. Yikes. Okay. Let's heat these up. And I want to be really careful with that plastic connector here, that I don't add excess heat to the connector. Alright, we're seeing a little bit movement on that close side. Let's get that far side a little bit hotter. I'm going to be really gentle because I just want to let the heat do the work. I don't want to force anything out. There it is. And it's only a little bit smoky. That's what we like to see. Alright, let's get a good look at this chip here. There's our guy. This controls the whole power supply. So just a little IC, but chances are this was fine. The replacement one came with the repair kit that I got, so I would rather change it just in case. Maybe the bad capacitors could have affected it somehow. If I have the replacement part and I'm already working in here, I may as well go ahead and change it out. Oh, that's not good. Note to self, do not rest your soldering iron on top of the cable that plugs your soldering iron in. Not good for your soldering iron or the smell in your room. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and heat these pads up again and just make sure that we've got plenty of solder on each one. This side looks perfect. This side also looks just fine. Alright. So, for installing the new chip, we've got to look at just basically one thing for the alignment. Each chip is going to have a pin on it, or not a pin, like a dot. It has a pip here. So each pin comes with this pip. Oh, sorry, I forgot to focus back in for the bottom here. There we go. So the dot here is for the orientation. So you'll see the PCB actually has this dot printed into it. So that just tells you which way your chip needs to go. If you install it backwards, then bad things can happen. At best case, it just doesn't function. In the worst case, you ruin your chip or something else on your board. Go ahead and open up this little package. These are a bit of a pain. These packages are made for pick and place machines. Oop, I bent. Okay. We've got our brand new chip here, and it looks more or less the same as the old one. I can't really see a difference, so that's good enough. We're gonna go back in with our flux and just make sure that these pads are really ready to go. Okay, that looks great. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna prep my hand to drop that chip in on top of it. Let me move this light. Now the flux is making my tweezers quite sticky, so I'm gonna have to solve that issue later. These fine adjustments can be pretty tough. I'm trying to keep the air kind of down so that I don't heat things up too much and, well, not heat them, but blow them away. I'm worried about the air pressure coming out of the higher station moving the chip around. That looks like it's aligned. No, it doesn't. Let's give that another shot, shall we? We're gonna go a different route this time. We're gonna use our soldering wick to remove any solder that's just sitting on the board there. Now this soldering wick feels like magical stuff. You heat it up and it just picks up any extra solder that's on the pad. It just lifts it right off. It uses the capillary action of the shape of the wick. You can see it starts to get silver. It's picking up solder there. So these pads now are emptied out, basically. We're gonna go ahead and do the same thing on the next pads over. On this side. Just clean these off as best as we can. Okay. New plan. We're gonna take our pin, or our chip. We're gonna drop it right on top of where it needs to go. Nudge it into place. Alright. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna anchor one point and then the second point, and then we're going to go across and make sure we're installed well. And you guys just let me know. I'm not sure audio-wise if I'm set or not. So let me know how the audio sounds. If it sounds okay, then great. And if not, then I can make adjustments where we need to. You know, if the music's too loud or too quiet or whatever. Okay, that looks good enough for me. So I'm gonna get my iron ready, and one of these is just gonna go. Actually, I'll probably anchor that pin there. Let's see if I can manage that angle-wise. That's probably too much solder. I want to be careful with how much I use. Okay, that is quite the blob that I have on there. However, it should allow me to get the other side tacked down also. Let's see about doing that next. And now you'll notice if I tap it, it's better in place. So let's tack down this one. And then what we can do is we can run our iron across the side and just let the pins pick up the solder that they need. This is a little bit tedious, but it's not too bad. Okay, that side looks great. I'll go ahead and do the back side here. And I added too much solder, so we're gonna just heat up these pins and try to see if they'll cooperate, and if not, we have the wick. I'm just gonna trim a piece of this wick. All right, let's get back in there. Just get all that extra out of there. This is a hard angle with the way that I have the microscope and the lights set up. It's a little bit tough to get to, but there we are. That looks much cleaner. Oh, did I just do it again? Alright. That is not awesome. Very frustrating, but we can get past it. Let's see. It's really wanted to get caught between those two pins. we'll use the rework station. We'll see how that goes. I'm gonna give it a little bit of flux. Okay. And the other thing is that my soldering iron tip did get a little bit dirty. So it could be that we're just not having great transfer from the tip to the actual solder itself. Yeah, that looks a lot better. There it is. That looks better. Okay, we're back in business. Oh no, I've done it again. So it turns out I'm not great at this, but no, we learn. It's good. Alright, let's see if we can get that little bit out. Yeah, that's not moving. Okay. I've got to be really careful with the way that I angle my soldering iron here because of the plastic connector here. How do we know the motherboard is not cake? That, I think the cake would probably smell much better, just as a general rule. I suspect that that cake hopefully does not smell like lead. I'm using some leaded solder here, and while it is very effective, it has a very distinct smell. I happen to kind of like the smell, but not as much as I like the smell of cake. I would offer to cut the motherboard open, but I feel like taking the components off is probably as much as we need to do today. Maybe on another stream, we could cut open some PCBs. Oh, that's beautiful. I love the way that you can see the metal just flow. There's something about the liquid metal that is really just fascinating. I don't know what it is, but I'm a fan. Okay. Well, that looks to me like good enough. I think I'm happy with that. It's not the cleanest job in the world, but I think it'll do. Okay. So, next part on the list is our I think it's a little MOSFET. Okay. It's this guy. And you can actually see him right here. That's what we're removing. So, same process as before. I'm gonna go in with some flux. That might actually be too much, but it's cheap, so it's probably fine. Okay, let's get in there with, trying to decide which hand I want to use. Unfortunately, I do have a hand preference with this sort of stuff. Okay, good and hot. And there it is, just lifts right off. Here's our little MOSFET. I'm gonna set that with the other old components. And we've got our new one here. Now, if anybody else has a better method of opening these reeled components, I've had a really hard time with opening the package what feels like the right way. I'm honestly just not sure how to do it. Alright, a little bit more flux on there. And I'm going to go ahead and heat that back up. And just set that guy down. And ideally, it'll just sink right down. Oh. Wow. Well then. Okay. It looks like it's stuck in place at least. Now we're gonna go ahead and drop some new solder on top of there. Oop. Oh, I made the same mistake as I did earlier. Okay. Good news is I'm able to pull this back off. Okay. We're gonna go at it again. I keep being hasty and not removing the old solder. So we're gonna start with that. And I suspect that's gonna give us better results. Okay. Let's go back in. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff on here. Wow. Okay. That looks quite a bit cleaner. Now, let's see about doing this without the air gun. Let's just set it there. Ah, the tweezers are sticky. I don't love that. Okay, that is where we want it to be in the end. Is that in focus for you all? Yeah. Okay, that looks good. All right. Now this back plane looks like it's connecting all the way under the component too, so there's going to be a lot of solder that kind of just gets sucked, there it is, up under the component when it gets hot enough. Alright. There's one. Oh no, don't bridge. Dang it. Looks like I'm crooked. Oh, that's such a frustrating thing. That looks a bit straighter. Does it? We're gonna have to go back in with the wick. I was hoping to not spend this much time fixing dumb things like my own mistakes. Crunch. Gotta love the crunch. Yeah, crunch is not, maybe not the right verb we're looking for in this line of work. I don't know if you enjoy chewing on fiberglass, but I sure don't. I feel like I'm kind of brute forcing this. I know there's cleaner ways to do this. Like if you get a brand new board, you usually have like a solder mask, and then you would put down a fine bit of solder and kind of heat everything up on there. I don't know if there's a better way of doing what I'm doing here. Not off the top of my head, at least. I feel like we're gonna have to figure some of this stuff out just by trial and error. Okay. Yeah, I put way too much solder on that back leg. I hate it when I get solder on my back leg. Alright, let's see about removing some of that excess. Not everything, just enough. That already looks so much cleaner. Okay. And I suspect that now, when we drop that new component down in there... Is that the new one? Have I been trying to put in the old one this whole time? No, I don't think so. That is the new one. I am just crazy. Okay. Let's place that down on there. Use our air gun and just slowly heat that up. And let that metal just melt and make the nice little solder joint. Trying to be very gentle as to not destroy the connector that's sitting next to all these. They're very, I was gonna say fragile, but really they're plastic. So, they're very easy to melt unintentionally when we're working at these high temperatures. Okay, that looks prepped. Let's get the back side. Oh, that's pretty. Okay. I think I probably just used too much solder. There we are. Look how much better that looks now. It's a little bubbly. There's still too much solder on there. But I'm gonna call it a win. Alright. We're gonna have to move our board around just a little bit to do these next ones. Now these ones are gonna be really, really small. These are individual little transistors we're changing here. Let's see, where are we at? Those two are what we're changing. So I'm gonna go ahead and tape this down again. Make sure that they're in frame when I tape it, but that looks about right. Sorry about the jitter. You know, it's funny, I think of myself as a person with very steady hands. But when it comes to working under a microscope, suddenly my steady hands are very, very shaky, and every small movement is very large. It's like using a really zoomed in camera. It's tough. Okay. Now, I am going to pull up a diagram real quick. Let's go ahead and switch over to another scene. We'll go out of the computer. Okay. What we're going to have to do is pull up a diagram of the two little transistors that we're changing out. So we're going to, actually what I can do is just show you guys what I'm doing. What would be the best way to do that? Maybe just I have an idea here. Okay. Sorry about that. We're going to go ahead and add in, instead of that camera, I'm going to go ahead and shrink my face. Oops. We'll put chat over there. Okay. Now, we're going to add in a window capture for Chrome. I'm still learning all this stream setup stuff, so please bear with me. I do have a okay handle on OBS, but as far as actually running a stream, it's not super easy. Okay. I also really love the vibe and the kind of overlays and stuff that I've got set up here, so I'm trying to keep consistent with them, and it's just a little bit tough. Okay, let's expand this. Alright, there we go. So, I got these parts from Handheld Legend, and it's quite a wonderful store if you ever need replacement parts or upgrades or mods or anything. But here's the kit that I ordered. I was gonna see if they have any sort of documentation, but really what I'm looking for is just this image here. That's what we need. So this guy is A, and then B is closer into the board. That's what we're looking for. I have the capacitors in the bags that are labeled A and B. So we're just gonna, not capacitors, sorry, they're transistors. We're gonna pull the transistors off, and we're gonna very carefully drop the new one in. Now the issue is that this section of the board is very, very densely packed. Not incredibly, these are still largish components for surface mount, but for the size tools that I have, it's a little tough. So I might end up nudging some of these resistors around, and I'll have to kind of be watching them as I go. But let's go ahead and get back in it. Okay, so like I said, I've got these two guys here. They're labeled A and B, and we're going to start with A, which is further out. that is A. That's what we're replacing. So, just like before, actually, honestly, there's already quite a bit of flux on there. I'm gonna try to avoid adding more than I actually need. And we're gonna see if we can just lift that up. Just real gently. Just like that. There we go. Let's see if this has any legend on it. It just seems to say 9 M6. We'll do some more research about that later. That could be interesting. Okay, let's set that old one aside. Open up our A bag. Here's our brand new one. It's just incredible how small these components are. The crazier thing to think about is that, you know, your CPU has billions of these little guys jammed into it. That is quite impressive. Alright. I'm gonna learn from last time, and I'm gonna remove the solder first. Learning from our mistakes here. Okay. We're gonna be really careful because I don't want to remove anything that we still need. So any of the other components or anything that attaches there. We've got to be really gentle. Okay, that looks just about perfect. Let's pop the new one in. Same thing as last time, we're gonna go ahead and just lay it over top of where it needs to go. So I'm trying to get my mic in a bit of a better position for y'all. Again, let me know if audio-wise we're looking okay or if it needs to be touched up or anything. Alright, let's nudge that into position. Alright, that is looking good. Oh, you all can't see. Here we go. Okay, now that is looking good. So, we're gonna just press one of our prongs on the top there and let the air do its work. And ideally, it just lays down into place. There it is. Okay, I don't want to do too much on that one because, again, that barrel jack port is right there. Okay, let's take a look. They look like they're tacked on in the right spot. All right. That looks good. On to the next one. Okay. Now, we are a bit further out from that IC that we did earlier, so I'm going to add a little bit more flux. Alright, that should be plenty. Let's blast him. There it is. Okay. There we go. There's our little guy. That's our transistor. Okay, that's transistor B. let's grab our desoldering wick and just get a little bit down in there. Try to remove any excess. I really need to invest in a better soldering iron stand. My iron has hit 3 things that it shouldn't today. Thankfully today, just now, it just hit the wood desk, so it's only a little bit melted, or burnt really. It's like looks like a wood burner. Alright. Just a tiny bit of solder on each of these pads should be plenty. After we've got this last guy on there, we're going to go through and just clean it a little bit with some isopropyl alcohol. And what that's going to do is that's going to get rid of all of our extra gunk that came out of the capacitors. That's going to clean up our flux, and then finally we'll add in those capacitors from earlier. I want to do those last because they're big through-hole components, and as soon as we put them on, we don't really have the opportunity to clean the board nearly as much. Let's get all that off. Just tune the pad. Okay. That's just so dirty. Okay, that is enough. Alright, we'll get our capacitor B, that little guy. And just same as before, I'm gonna drop him right on top of where it's supposed to go. Try to nudge it into place. And again, I have to be real gentle and real careful, just because of the DC power connector. Alright, let's see how that looks. Oh, that does not looks. Does not looks. Alright, let's try that again. I'm gonna have to start leaving some sort of alcohol wash on my desk to clean off these tweezers. They're getting a little bit grimy from the flux, I think. Okay, that looks nice and hot. I'm just gonna give it a little bit of nudge into the right direction. And we'll go at it from the other side as well. Again, I'm just trying to be really careful to not heat up that plastic connector too much. Okay. That looks just about good. It's hard to tell what you guys are able to see and not see, but that looks alright. Let's go ahead and get some fresh solder on that side. My soldering iron has a strange tip. I've used it for a few years on various things, including melting plastic, unfortunately, so I suspect that it probably just needs a good cleaning. I do have some soldering iron tip cleaner, if you guys wanted to see that, but I'm gonna go ahead and that pad nice and flowed. This one. I bought the smallest diameter solder that I could find, and yet it still feels massive when I'm working with these tiny little components. Alright, that looks perfect. Now what we're going to do is we're actually going to set the microscope aside. Ooh, still hot, turns out. Still hot. Yeah. Alright, let's set all these bags away. And we'll put the microscope aside. And I'm gonna go ahead and adjust the view for you all real quick. Alright, take that away. And let's see if we can zoom in on the desk camera here. Yeah, we got a little bit of zoom. That looks good. Okay. So, this here. Oh, actually, real quick, let's show the components that we took off. Like, clean up just a little bit. Here's our main power unit. We've got our little MOSFET there. Got two little, man, these are really sticky. And then our three capacitors here. And that's garbage. These are garbage. All these things. Alright. Here are our replacement capacitors, but first, I have the toothbrush. I'm just going to go ahead and brush off all the extra flux, any residue from the capacitors, anything that we just don't want on there, even dirt. It is a handheld, so it is prone to collecting just a little bit of dirt, a little bit of grime, that sort of thing. And the nice thing about isopropyl alcohol is that it's not conductive. Ooh, that was quite a bit. So we can go a little bit extra and not be super concerned about it. That already is looking so much better. I'm gonna really get in there where I replace those components. And let me see if I can just scrape some of the leftover adhesive off of there. So, in my few years of repairing and fixing these old handhelds, one of the things that I learned that I was quite shocked about was that most of these handhelds are, when they're marked as broken or aren't working or whatever, most of the time they're just dirty. You got cartridge slots, you've got on the PSPs, you have even like the disk drives. Most of the time dirt got in somewhere where it shouldn't have been. It's actually shocking sometimes what I'll find in the handheld. I have the Gameboy that we're going to do after this is quite dirty, and I intentionally didn't clean it yet so I could show on stream just kind of what it looks like and the process that I'm going to go through to fix it. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and just get a little bit of these. Yeah, the tip of my iron isn't very conductive, I think. Alright, let's see if we can get the solder up and out of there. I would really like to be able to just put the capacitor straight through that hole, just like that. Let's do these two. may not work, but we got somewhere. Okay. And then the last one is these two? Yeah. I love these massive, chunky trace layouts. It's hard with electronics that come out now. If you take a look at your motherboard in your computer, or especially like iPhone motherboards, they are almost incomprehensible. I mean, it's kind of, they're famous for being difficult to repair, but it's lovely seeing some of these, like, you know, very simple layouts on here, where you can see, you just follow each trace and you can tell where it goes. All right. So it doesn't look like I'm gonna get anything out of these holes right now. Try to just heat them up as best as I can. All right, so these capacitors are polarized, and the rule of thumb with these kind of components is that the long leg is the positive leg, and the capacitors actually have a nice little minus bar. That gray stripe connects to the short leg, which is the negative terminal. So this is our big capacitor that goes in this hole right here, and you see on the board actually it's got marked plus. So we've got to get that into there. Now there's a bit of solder in the way, so I'm gonna go ahead and just heat that pad up, and hopefully, yep, it just comes through. That's probably all we can get through before. Yeah, we've got to realign the second leg and then give it another go, and that should just push in nicely, except it's not, so I'm gonna just bend it in a little bit. Come on. There we go, all the way in. And once that's in there, what we can do is this cool little trick. We're gonna fold these over. We're just gonna solder right to those pads. I lost my solder for a moment. Okay, let me make sure that I'm doing things in frame. All right, we'll solder these right on there. That's strange. Let's see. It's taking a lot more heat than normal to get that nice joint. It's okay, I'm just trying to make sure that I don't put too much in there. There we go. That's what we like to see. Okay. That's what we're looking for. So we're gonna clip that out. And of course, they're gonna go flying everywhere. All right, that's one replaced component. Let's go ahead and go on to the next one, which is the medium one we have right next to it. Same deal as before. It's got a marked positive on the left there. So I'm gonna pull out our medium capacitor. And line it up with the positive side. And I have to heat it and kind of hold it all in place and try not to burn myself. go. Now let's line up the negative side. Just give it gentle pressure. And if we do it right, it should just slide right through. Replacing these through-hole components sometimes can be a little bit of a pain just because of getting the solder up and out of there. I don't actually have one of those little solder sucker tools. Those do make it quite a bit easier, but we can make it work. Alright, looks like we've latched onto that negative point. So we're gonna add some solder. We're just going to heat up both of those pads, let it kind of walk all the way through. Let's straighten that out just a bit. And that looks just about perfect. I am going to try to flatten it a little bit. Okay. That guy is in there just fine. We're going to pull these out and give it a shot. And what you want to see is when you heat up the leg of one of these components, the solder should flow just like a liquid and be sucked down into the hole. That's really what you're looking for. Ideally, the solder works by itself and you really don't have to do much. Okay, last component on this board. We have our small capacitor. This one's a 22 microfarad one. All right. Just the same as before, we're going to go ahead and line it up. And we'll heat up that pad. Wow, that was much quicker than the other two. And let's line up the second pin. Try to keep that pressure. All right, and that's through. Looks good. I'll go ahead and bend these outward just to give us a little bit of gentle help while we put the final solder on there. Okay. And there we go. That looks just about perfect. We'll trim those off. And then we get to go ahead and pop it back in the Game Gear and see if it works. Just final inspection real quick. That medium capacitor is a little bit crooked. I'm going to see if I can, just for my own organizational sake, see if I can get it a little bit better. I'll rest it on this solder here. Okay. That's actually quite a bit better. All right. There is our repaired power supply unit. Now, it looks identical, which doesn't look super exciting, but what is exciting is seeing the system work. Let's go ahead and plug it in. So, we have our Game Gear here. This power supply sits right up in the corner. I'm gonna pop that out and oops. It settles down right into the battery bay. I'm gonna screw that back in. Let me just scooch this a little bit even closer. There we go. Alright, so this is kind of our moment of truth here. Oh, ha. Glad that I caught that then. We've got to reinstall the power switch. The little plastic cover for the switch has to be slotted in before you screw in the board. Just like that. Love that bright red. Is that upside down? Could be. Yeah, that's upside down. I don't have nearly as much experience with the Game Gear as I do like a Game Boy Color or something. A lot of those other systems I'm able to kind of reassemble without paying much attention. Okay. All right. Let's see if that made any difference. Based on the research that I did, I am pretty confident that that was the issue. At least that was an issue. The Game Gears don't have nearly as much kind of help online for diagnosing issues as some of the Nintendo handhelds do, which makes it a little bit tougher to figure out what's gone wrong. Now we gotta plug in all 6 batteries. Now the craziest part about this is that it only gets like an hour and a half, 2 hours of battery life. It's just ridiculous. I paid $8, maybe $9, $10 for a pack of 6 AA batteries. So even today, like, the price. Oh, it's staying on. That's new. Okay, we might have fixed it. Let's grab a game. I've got the game here. Sonic 2. Sonic and Tails. And let's see if it boots. Okay. Nothing. But it's staying on, the power's staying on. So we've at least fixed something. That might do it. Alright. So, what that means is that wasn't our only issue. That's fine, but a little bit disappointing. Let's see about opening it back up, and we're going to do a couple tests. Thankfully, I have a second Game Gear here, and I will be able to kind of swap parts around a little bit to test the actual components. Alright. Let's see here. Well, the display seems to be working okay. And the cartridge reader didn't change anything. Let's go ahead and go over to the computer and see if we can kind of diagnose the issue. Okay, so we're back to the page we were at earlier. And what I'm going to look for is Game Gear turns on, but no picture. The screen lights up, it only shows blue. I can hear the game audio playing in the background. Oh, okay, that's interesting. The old capacitors, they said. Oh, the contrast wheel. I didn't know there was a contrast wheel on this machine. Let's go ahead and take a look. Let's find the contrast wheel, shall we? I guess I assumed that was volume. Oh, no, there is a contrast wheel on the side. Okay. Well, maybe we did fix it. Let's see. Gotta reload all the batteries again. Yeah, I don't know, for releasing... The Game Gear came out, I think, in the late 90s. And at the time, man, this must have been expensive to play. Alright, we'll turn it on, and I'm gonna try to adjust the contrast. Oh, that's a Sega logo. Okay. Let's give it some volume. That is Tails. So the screen is washed out and not particularly good. I don't know how much you guys can see of that. It looks a lot better for me. That is really hard to capture. But it seems to be working. Wow. Okay. Alright. Let's see about cleaning up that contrast wheel. And we'll do the same for the volume wheel. One of the things I've learned is that the wheels, they can get full of dirt. On the Game Boys especially, those wheels get kind of gunked up, and actually the volume wheel especially will end up adding extra resistance to the speaker. It makes the speaker quieter. So let's see, we've got a wheel here, and then we have one here on this daughter board. So I'm gonna pull apart the two halves. Okay. And what we'll do is we're just going to drop some isopropyl alcohol down under that wheel. And most of the time, that's actually going to fix the issue. Let me zoom in again for you guys. Let's configure. That should give you a little bit of a better view of what I'm actually doing here. Okay, so we've got our big jug of alcohol here. Not the drinking kind. It does not taste good. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna just drop one little drop down right in there. And then we're gonna scroll this wheel all the way to one side, all the way back. And what that'll do is that'll just kind of free up any gunk or any dust or hair that's in there. Now, this isn't necessarily a fix. It won't repair a broken part, but it certainly helps when we're having issues like this. And while I'm at it, I'm going to do the same thing for the volume wheel as well. And all I'm doing is I'm just scrolling this back and forth. Alright, that might be enough. We're going to go ahead and do the volume real quick as well, while we're doing this sort of stuff. And then we're going to go ahead and test it again. And my hope... Oh yeah, that volume wheel is quite dusty and dirty. My hope is that it does anything, does something. I'm not expecting it to make the screen look, you know, like a beautiful IPS screen, though you can get those mods for this system. I do expect that it'll at least clean dirt, right? Okay. There's one. These Game Gears have a really interesting, like, clip system here. I'm not entirely sure why it's necessary, but it definitely aligns everything. Maybe they're just sharing a common ground. It's a little strange. Okay. That looks good. Get our 9 volts of battery power back in there. Again, it's like astonishing to me that they would do a 9-volt handheld. I think it's such a fascinating time for electronics. Okay. Oh, that's already much brighter. Okay. Yeah, that's a big difference. Let's pop the game in there. Produced by or under license from Sega. Okay. Yeah, that's such a big difference. You guys might actually be able to see it now. It's strange because I'm not getting past the start screen. Oh, there's some sound. Oh, and now I definitely am past the start screen. Wow. That is a pretty little display. I'm able to play it. There, you can kind of see it there. Let me actually... I'll turn the light off. That may improve the visibility for you guys. Or it might just not help. Okay. Well, that is one Game Gear fixed. I'm quite happy with that. We're gonna go ahead and get this buttoned up. And we're gonna move on to the next one. Okay. Let's find the screws real quick. Here's our second Game Gear. We've got 2 of them to fix today. I'm not sure where the screws went for this one. I'm gonna keep looking. While I look for these screws, I'll go ahead and show you guys the other stuff on the docket to fix tonight. I've got quite the set. We have, oh no, my bag of batteries spilled. I have a big old bag of these Game Boy Advance cartridge batteries. I recently acquired Pokemon Emerald, Ruby, and Sapphire for Game Boy Advance, and I need to change these save batteries. Okay. We have this Game Boy Pocket, which is in wonderful condition except for the screen had terrible burn-in. So I have a replacement polarizer that we've got to put on there, and I have a replacement glass screen lens. We've got a Game Boy Color. We actually have quite a few of these. Another one. And this Game Boy Pocket, owned by somebody named Seikun. I'm not sure who Seikun is, but I hope they will appreciate their Game Boy being repaired. This is that DMG I was talking about earlier. This one's got pretty bad screen lines on it, so we're gonna fix that tonight also. We've got some batteries, not batteries, we've got some screws and a speaker. Alright, there's our Game Gear screws. These are for the Game Boys. And then I'll pull out our silver Game Boy Pocket as well. I'll zoom out again so you guys can get a better view. Now, one of these Game Boys, I believe it's the pink one, has the absolute worst battery corrosion on a circuit board that I have ever seen. The corrosion ate all the way through the entire ground pad for one of the buttons. I've never seen anything like it. It's shocking. I have fixed a dozen or two Game Boys in the past few years, and I've never seen anything that bad. Let's just get these out of the way. Okay. Let's go ahead and button up the Game Gear that we just fixed, and then we'll move on to the second one. This is the one we just fixed, yeah. All right. And it's interesting, the Game Gear. So handhelds, still to this day, actually, if you take apart a Nintendo Switch Joy-Con, you'll see that tri-wing screwdriver bit. Those bits are pretty, it's a pretty strange thing because the idea is that they, I guess, protect the hardware from being taken apart by someone that's unauthorized. I guess that's Nintendo's point of view on that. I don't really agree with that perspective. I think that you've got a right to repair your own hardware, but the Game Gear uses a really interesting combination of Phillips head screws and then one little specialty game bit. This screw is actually the same that's used to put together the Super Nintendo, and sometimes like the Game Boy cartridges have them. You see a similar thing like the Switch or a lot of the old Nintendo handhelds where they have the tri-wing screws, like the Y-shaped ones. I'm not really sure why they do that anymore. Maybe one day it was, back in the day it might have been hard to get a hold of a tri-wing screwdriver, but certainly not now. You can get them quite easily. I don't quite understand the why they do it anymore. It's just a little bit strange. There's other types of screws that they could use if they wanted a secure bit. Just odd. And again, with Sega, I don't really know why they wouldn't lock it just behind one screw. Maybe these specialty bit screws are more expensive than the others. I kind of doubt that. It's strange because you can get it mostly apart, except for that little screw over the cartridge bay. So maybe it was just to make sure that only the technicians were taking it apart all the way. Maybe they hoped that a kid would give up, but look, as a kid, when I wanted to take stuff apart, I was determined. One screw would not have stopped me, I'll say that much. Especially close to the edge like that. Honestly, I probably would have just cut it out or snapped it off. So I don't know, maybe other kids wouldn't have done the same, but I suspect that if they were determined enough to take it apart that much, then it probably would have gone all the way through. Now I'm going to put the batteries in just one more time before I mark it as complete. Make sure that it actually works. Everything looks good. That screen is shockingly bright. I really do have to say, compared to the Game Boy Advance and even the Game Boy Advance SP, this is a nice little display here. Well, I'm quite happy with this guy here. That was a little bit of a tedious replacement job, but we've got it working. So on to the next one. We'll see if we can do the same for the next guy. Alright, let's take a look inside here. We'll do the same thing. We'll go ahead and put some batteries in here and test it out. Now, this one I think was having a different issue, and I might not actually have the parts tonight to fix it, but let's give it a shot. Yeah, we're not getting any power at all. That's interesting. Okay, well, let's take a look. Okay, so I do see these capacitors here, that one, this one. Yeah, most of these are quite dirty. Ooh, look at all that. That's gross. Let's pop that under the scope so I can show you guys a better view. So I guess first step for this one is going to be cleaning. Move the microscope over here to get a better view for you all. Oh, looks like it timed out on me. I love the option for USB out for video on this. Unfortunately, it comes with the stipulation that the built-in screen doesn't function simultaneously. So you get one or the other, and that makes it a bit tough for me to work on some of these parts. Okay, let's grab the microscope cam and just refresh it. There we go. All right. So I'll walk through what I'm seeing, and then so there's our main chip. It looks like what is it labeled? Sega 315 5535. Now that is dust and grime, but it's caked onto the edge of these capacitors, and I'm seeing a trend. This capacitor, ooh, wow. This one's got gunk up under it. These two as well. Here and here. Yeah, that might actually be adhesive that they used to tack them down initially. It looks like these capacitors are a standard round capacitor, kind of tucked into a square plastic shell. And that's fine, but they look quite dirty. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give it a quick once-over with the isopropyl alcohol wash, and we're going to see if maybe that changes anything with the function. Again, like I said earlier, often these just need cleaned. Okay. let's take a look. Oh, this was the other one. Let me see if I can show it. That little, I think it's a transformer right there. It's just covered in dust and grime. So we're gonna go ahead and drop some alcohol onto the toothbrush here and brush our teeth. Yeah, it's really on there. That's not super exciting. Let's clean up some of these. Okay. That is just ever so slightly cleaner. And what I'm seeing is just so much grime in these capacitors. We might be able to, there's some corrosion on that one too. Oh, that's unfortunate. Corrosion is one of those things that it's gonna happen, especially in these old handhelds. It's almost inevitable. Okay, well, let's go to the computer real quick and let's go ahead and look for some parts. Alright. Hey, this was a helpful answer. I'm not signed into iFixit at this point, but I will come back to that and give him a little upvote. That was exactly what the issue was. Okay. Let's go back to Handheld Legend and see if they have Game Gear capacitors in stock. I hope. Let's see. Capacitors. VA models? VA1 models? Or VA4 models? I don't actually know how to tell the difference between these off the top of my head. Let me see if it says. Oh, I should have bought these kits. Alright. Replaces surface mount with radial lead LED capacitors. Okay. That's good to know. Alright, let's see. Here's a wiki. What was that? Oh, all good. Okay, let's look at the wiki. VA1 or... was it VA1 or VA4? Yeah. Which one do I have? And you see on the edge there, it says it shows the bad capacitors there. That's pretty much what we're looking at. All right, VA1. IC1 is the 5535. That's what we have on this unit here. So we're looking for the VA1, which is that. I'm gonna go to add to the cart. So we'll go ahead and get this, and at some point after it's delivered, we'll be able to repair that. Let's look at the capacitor map and kind of see VA1. Oh, where's the map? Audio board. VA1 single ASIC. That's what we're looking at. Okay, so this is our capacitor map for what we need to replace. It's quite the list. Wow. Okay, so it looks like we've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so 12 capacitors to replace. Thankfully, we can get the whole kit, and we'll just have the extras. I purchased a different one previously. I didn't think that the entire board would be needing replacement. It didn't look so bad on the other one, but this one looks pretty rough. So I am going to go ahead and go to an intermission. Let's go ahead and put up a be right back screen. Let's see. We have one under starting soon. Oh, that's a PNG. We'll copy that, and then actually we'll copy the copy. Let's go to the intermission. Oh, wonderful. We'll paste. Oops. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, let's see. What a pain. Copy, intermission. I love that little transition animation. These are wonderful. All right, let's go ahead and paste. And then we will add in another background. We'll grab the one from starting soon, copy. And then we'll paste that one there. Let's just shrink it down and we'll put it in there. Not the most riveting content, I know, I'm sorry. Which item is that? That is our... Okay. Looks a little better. Shrink it just a touch. There we go. And let's grab some text. I don't think I have any on that screen. All right. Okay, we'll just add some text real quick. Text, be right back. The font is going to be W95. Okay, text, be right back. Okay. All right. Thank you all for the patience. Let's see. Let's copy that. Actually, nope, we're gonna go to the intermission. Okay, and we're back. Oops. Let's get that out of the way. Alright. So, the plan is that we're going to go ahead and get these secondary capacitors, just replacements for the originals. The Game Gear, I mean, any of these old handhelds are pretty prone to getting ruined by old capacitors kind of leaking all over the board. Alright, yeah, these ones are sold out. That's fine. The ones that I need are in my cart. Now, the Game Gear also has upgrade models. So you could get like a lithium-ion battery pack or a clean power board. There's a recap guide. Thankfully, ours looked just fine. So now we're gonna go ahead and move on to the Game Boys. Now the Game Boy, let's go here. The Game Boy Color that I've got here, with the really bad corrosion, is it's shockingly awful. It managed to work the corrosion all the way up through the like the battery terminal and the speaker all the way up to the buttons. That is a big problem. So we're gonna see what we can do to mitigate the corrosion. I suspect that motherboard is gonna be bad. Now, let's go back to the desktop real quick, and I'm gonna show something really cool that I found. Okay, let's go to Etsy. Now, one of our options is Game Boy Color motherboard. Here they are. Alright, this I think is gonna solve our problem. I sort of expect that the motherboard that we have is not going to be repairable. So what we can get is a replacement entire motherboard. Now, what that would require is replacing each of these parts here. That's a lot of work. We back. Hey there, narcotic pigeon. I almost said your other name on by habit. I'm looking at these circuit boards here. Now what this would require is for me to remove each component individually and replace them on the new board. It's possible. It's doable. There's a great example. That's what it would have to look like. I would like to avoid that if it's at all possible. There's just a lot of pins on that main CPU, and on the RAM. I would be very, very hesitant to wholesale replace every part on this board. However, it might be what we have to do. So let's go ahead and jump back over to the desktop, and we're gonna go ahead and see what we can do for this Game Boy Pocket real quick. I did get a speaker in for it, so we're gonna go ahead and replace the Game Boy Pocket speaker, make sure everything's all nice and working, and we'll go ahead and check that off the list. Let's go back to it. Alright, so this Game Gear, I'm going to write a note in my little notebook that we need to replace the capacitors in it. That's sad, and I'm trying to not buy replacement parts just in case. I've really tried to be careful. These aren't mine. The Game Gears are for a client. Because of that, I would like to minimize the amount of money that I'm having them spend for replacement parts. So let's go ahead and button up the Game Gear real quick. We're gonna use our fun game bit here with these silly shaped screws. get that nice and settled. Now for this Game Boy Pocket, we're going to start with the yellow one. That was the one owned by Sei-kun. Now I don't know who Sei-kun is, but I think it's interesting that it came all the way over here from Japan. My personal Game Boy Pocket I did purchase... Actually, no. My Game Boy Pocket I purchased in the US, so I had the opportunity to buy them when I was overseas, but I did not, unfortunately. What I would love to find one day is a Game Boy Light. That was a limited edition. Not limited, they just didn't produce it for that long. The Game Boy Light was basically a Game Boy Pocket with I believe it's a front light, so it's not even an actual true backlight. And those are pretty neat. You can kind of make Game Boy Lights now with those backlit Game Boy Pocket screens. And that could be a good idea for a stream sometime down the road. Alright, just a couple more screws, and we'll go ahead and get started with the Game Boy Pocket. Oh, I already did that one. Okay. Now, as unhappy as I am with the Game Gear, it is what it is. Sometimes these things can't be helped. It's tough to test these kind of repairs just because the part takes X amount of time to ship, and then you have to fix it, and then if that one part doesn't fix it, then you might just have to buy another part. So we'll put this one back in the box, but the other one we can mark as repaired. Alright, here is Sei-kun's Game Boy Pocket. The lens on this thing is perfect. It's beautiful. Let's go ahead and get some of the smudges off. I would like to keep this in as original condition as we can. I love these little stickers that Sei-kun put on his Game Boy. I think it's really fun. You don't see a lot of I guess tasteful sticker jobs with these kind of handhelds. I feel like a lot of times it's either completely covered and kind of silly looking. I'm sure mine is going to look like that at some point in the future. This is my personal Switch, and I've sticker bombed it a little bit. I'm sure I won't love how that looks in 10 years, but here we are. Okay, let's pull the batteries out. Actually, before we do that, let me grab a game and we'll go ahead and test it. I don't really know where my copy of Pokemon Silver went, so we'll use gold. It may not boot the first time just because it's been a minute. Alright. Now I'm gonna turn the music down. This should give you an idea of how quiet this Game Boy is. This is full volume. It's very, very quiet. It's not unplayable. I think it would be usable, but I was told that replacing the speaker or the sound would be... Is it possible to run Doom on a Game Boy? Actually, I think there is a version of Doom for the Game Boy Advance. I might be wrong on that, but there definitely is one for the Super Nintendo and for the N64. Let's run through the replacement parts that we have for today. This is a replacement Game Boy Color screen, though I don't think that I actually am going to need it in the end. I might end up returning that. These are for, I believe it's for this one. These are button pads. They go under the plastic and they contact the PCB. We've got a couple speakers. We have a ton of screen lenses. Again, I don't want to replace the lens on this one just because it's original and it's quite pretty. It's hard to see on the camera there, but there's no scratches, no scuffs. It's a beautiful condition Game Boy Pocket. Inside and out, this kid's Game Boy is the cleanest that I've seen, I think. I do own a transparent, just straight up clear Game Boy Color. That would have to be the cleanest Game Boy I've ever seen, but I got it complete in box from a secondhand store in Yokohama. And I suspect that it was so clean because they must have cleaned it. That would be the glass replacement for this one. We'll use this for the silver Game Boy. Alright, let's put the lenses aside. And I believe that's our speaker that we're going to need. So let's jump in. And like I was talking about earlier, these have the Y-shaped, the tri-wing screwdriver bits, just so that kids don't get in them, I guess. But Nintendo does a different thing where they cover the entire outside with the tri-wing bits, and then the inside uses standard Phillips head screws. So at least you have the standard on the inside. And I'm trying to be extra careful when I'm disassembling and reassembling these Game Boys. The plastic screw posts really can only withstand so much. It's almost like a shelf life on these things. Modern like USB ports, I think, are rated for like 50,000. They call them not insertions. They have a funny name for them, but basically you can only do it so many times, and these screw posts are the same. After so many uses, you're going to strip the actual plastic that's in the screw post, and I'm sure there's some way to repair that, but I'd rather not have to deal with it. So the back just lifts right off. We have the little battery terminal down in there. Let's go ahead and we'll take that away. Come on. I'll get you guys a little closer. How's that? Is that better? Worse? That should be better. I don't know if the camera can focus that close. I have it on an arm, so I'm trying to let it kind of figure itself out. Yeah, the lighting is a little bit tough to settle. Okay, let's remove that. And like I was saying, we've got 3 Phillips head screws. Yeah, we gotta lift you back up. Again, just let me know if you see any funny visual or audio things. I'm still kind of working the kinks out of stuff. Okay. Let's take a look in here. Now, you can tell that this Game Boy Color was well used, or Game Boy Pocket was well used, just because of the way that you can almost see it here. The D-pad has a plastic piece on the bottom, and it starts to wear a hole in the silk screen. But in general, this is a beautiful Game Boy Pocket motherboard. Really no complaints at all. It is a little bit quiet, but that's alright. So we're opening this one. We're going to go ahead and compare it to the other Game Boy Pocket that we've got here. One of them had a bad speaker, and I thought it was this one, but let me check my notes. I do keep a little bit of a notebook for Game Boy Pocket yellow. This one needed the button membranes. Okay. Let's go ahead and change out these button membranes. These ones are okay, but they were just having a little bit of a rough time contacting, and the membranes are so cheap that it's a very easy and cheap fix to really improve the play quality. And these ones were produced to match the original coloring of the Game Boy Pocket. So they look the same. The way these work, oh, you can see it. You know what? We'll show this in the microscope. You can totally see the difference. Okay. Let me turn the microscope back on for you guys. Alright, just making sure that works. So, this is a good button pad. Let me get a little bit closer. Now, when that's super in focus, you can definitely see on the pad itself, it's got almost a crosshatch pattern, and what that does is that contacts with these pins on the board. They're little button pads, and they close the circuit connection, and it tells the Game Boy that the button is being pressed. Now, here's our good pad. We're going to set that aside. Here is the bad pad that we're replacing. Notice there's no texture on there at all. I don't know how many thousands of hours must have been spent on this Game Boy, but I've never seen button pads worn down that much. This is quite impressive. So, we're going to go ahead and put the microscope back up. Let's go ahead and move that aside. And we'll put the new button pads in there, and we'll test everything, and then it'll be good to go. I did test this Game Boy Pocket next to my personal Game Boy Pocket, just to see if... Am I missing? Where's the... Oh, starting selector right here. Just to see how the sound compared. I really wasn't happy with the sound of this one, but mine sounded the same, and the third one sounded worse. So, I think without putting in any sort of mods or audio amplifier or anything like that in, we're kind of at our limit for good sound from the Game Boy. So I'm going to drop the motherboard back down on there. And this is very simple, easy repair, but already you can feel a difference in the rolling of the D-pad. The new rubber is much firmer. Okay, let's pop these screws back on, and I'll go ahead and stick a game in. We'll make sure everything still works before we finally button it up. We'll play just a minute of Pokemon and get back into it. I do have more Game Boy games sitting around somewhere. I've got to look for those. I've got Super Mario Land and Kirby's Tilt and Tumble. That one's a lot of fun. That one has a gyroscope in the cartridge, and you roll Kirby around by moving your Game Boy, which I think is really funny because the Game Boy screen is so terrible. As soon as you move it, it's almost impossible to see. I'm not quite sure what their motivation was for that one. I think it's a wonderful game, but it's also not very feasible to play. But so be it. Okay, here we go. We've got a display. Let's put our game in there. We've got sound. Oh, I forgot to turn the sound back up for you guys, I think. Alright, sorry about that. I was running the stream without sound. Or without music, at least. Alright, let's adjust that so you all can see. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and test each of the buttons. So we got down and up, left and right, B and A, and then we'll have to test start and select also. I want to make sure that each of the buttons works so that there's nothing wrong. On this Game Boy, I'm honestly, I'm not really concerned. Yeah, let's check select. I'm not sure if select is in Pokemon, but I'm pretty confident. Alright, let's go ahead and button this guy up. I do have marked in my notebook here that I did check the buttons previously, so I'm content with that. I think that if I had checked it last time, then we've only really improved things here. The start and select buttons are actually combined together on one button pad right here. So hopefully, you know, if one membrane's good, then the other's good. Not guaranteed, but you've got a good chance. Okay. Alright. Let's see. I made coffee earlier. Good stuff. I made a blonde latte with a little tiny bit of brown sugar, and it smacks. Good stuff. All right. Good stuff. That is one more Game Boy complete. I'm going to go ahead and mark it in my notebook here. Grab a pencil. Okay. Buttons have been checked. Card reader is checked. Speakers are checked. Screen is checked. All good. Boom. One more system done. Alright, on to the next one. Let's pull out a Game Boy Color. Let me see which one we need to work on first. Oh. Let's work on the original old Game Boy. This one's going to be fun to look at. This one's filthy. So we're going to need to clean it. We're going to need to fix some of the screen lines. But let's just test it first. Let's just see. Yeah, you can see how dirty that is. It's really not wonderful. Okay. Put some batteries in there. And I do see a little bit of corrosion, so we're going to have to get a wire brush and scrub some of that off. Okay. Okay, so it turns on. The contrast wheel, oh, that's volume. I'm slow. Contrast wheel works. Volume wheel seems to be okay. Let's go ahead and pull the batteries out. Take this guy apart and see what we can see. All right. I'm also going to see if we can get this JST off. I don't know who JST might have been. I always like to wonder when I'm replacing these old components and like working on these old systems. Somebody bought this probably 40 years ago. It's just a little bit, I don't know, it's a little strange. I'm not even that old, so the idea that, you know, somebody before I was born has bought this thing and I'm trying to fix it, it's just, I don't know, it's strange. These screws are really stuck in there. Now what I'm hoping for is just dirt and grime and not really bad corrosion, but we're gonna have to see. I do know for sure that we've got to fix the screen lines, but that is a easier fix to do. I'll show you guys when we get further in what that's gonna look like. And I do have a replacement screen lens for this one as well. This screw does not want to come out. Let's see if I can ease it. There we go. Alright. These Game Boys have a very old style ribbon connector here. I'm gonna try to gently as I can pull that out. It's very it's a very strange connector. Okay, so lots of dust and dirt, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of damage, which is good. Let's go ahead and go one layer deeper. I'll go to the backside first. The original DMG Game Boy is actually the first Game Boy that I owned. I like the design, but wow, it's a very inconvenient form factor for actually playing games. The Game Boy Color and Game Boy Pocket are so much better. I love the Game Boy Pocket form factor. It's my favorite one. I like the Game Boy Advance, but I think the Game Boy Pocket is just wonderful. Okay, here is our motherboard. One of them. This system is split into two. Wow, so much of that dust. I don't know what that's from. It looks almost like iron fillings. Like, I wonder if it was in a garage or something. Let's pull up the microscope, and I'll kind of show you guys what I'm seeing, and we'll take a little look. Okay. There's our CPU. This one was made in 1989. Alright, that's focused enough. There's our CPU. Next to it, looks like we've got RAM modules. SRAM 64K. So two 64K RAM modules. We got 128 kilobytes of RAM. Yeah, imagine running games on kilobytes of RAM. That's incredible. Our power switch here is quite filthy. We're gonna clean that again with isopropyl alcohol. Volume rocker looks okay. The big copper plane, it looks fine. Let me see if I have a note about if it reads cartridges or not. We might have to clean out the cartridge board. If we do, that's okay. Let's see, DMG. Yeah, good sound. Cartridge port's fine. Now this is a really interesting kind of style for putting everything together. We've got this over here, which Alps, I guess, for the switches. I'm honestly not quite sure what this does. Maybe power? Yeah, it looks like maybe it's just a power conditioner. Let's see what's connected to. It's connected to the big ground plane. Oh, I can't really see the traces under there, can I? That's okay. We don't need to figure that out right now. What we do need to do is fix that switch, get it all cleaned up. We'll clean up this port, and then oh, that's actually quite clean on the inside there. We'll clean that up too, just a little bit. Let's go ahead and take a look at, let me turn off the microscope again. All right. Let me move some of this out of the way. Let's take a look at the front. plate. This is secured in so many different ways. Because of the buttons, you want to have a really good solid like surface to push against on the buttons. So ideally you've got plenty of screws around your D-pad and around your action buttons, and they really went for it on this one. On the Game Boy Advance I think there's only like 2 on each side, but they've got 3 for each of these, which feels like a little bit of overkill, but this is also the same device that's famous for surviving like Afghanistan and on the ISS, and there's all sorts of stories about Game Boys surviving where they shouldn't. So as much as I criticize their design, maybe they know what they're doing. Okay. So the main thing we need to fix is the LCD. Let's just work it out, kind of do a little twist. The adhesive is it's not only is it old, but it's probably just stuck. Okay. Yeah, that's real dirty. Not much you can do about it. Okay. Wow. Yeah, it almost looks like sand or iron filling dust. I'm just not sure what that is. Let me grab a cup or something and I'll put the parts in there and we'll just let them soak in water for a little while. I'll be right back. All right, and we're back. I got some water in a bowl with some soap, and hopefully that'll just get it a little bit cleaner. I'm gonna drop the button pads and the actual button pieces themselves just down in there. Okay, so this guy's gonna need some work. That one, what we need to do is, oh wow, the dust is getting all over the desk. Okay, let's move the power button in there too. Okay, the plan is we're gonna heat up this area here, and that's gonna basically fix the screen lines. Now, what happens under here is over the years and years and years and years, the solder in the joints gets separated or breaks off or just makes a worse connection. In this like flex cable here, slowly lifts up off the pins like that. So they end up kind of separating like this, and all we do is we're going to heat it up, and hopefully it expands and it remakes that contact. It's not a perfect fix, but it works pretty well. I'm going to go ahead and remove this little adhesive bit, and we're going to set that aside because we can probably just reuse it. I love to reuse as much as I can on these original Game Boys. I really think that it's important for preservation that we do that. I believe that this is the right 8 ohm 1 watt. I think that's the speaker that we needed. Although this one is marked as good sound, so that could also be for a Game Boy Color. Let me look at my order sheet here. A speaker for DMG, and then speaker for Game Boy Pocket / GBC / GBA. So we've got a couple to work with. This one I'll probably just go ahead and replace while we're in here. That speaker here is just a through hole. These two wires go all the way through, and then they're soldered on that side. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the back half of the Game Boy shell, and we're going to drop the back half motherboard just right down where it goes. On the opposite side, we'll go ahead and connect our batteries. And we're going to actually operate this Game Boy while it's disassembled. That's not something I would normally be excited about doing, just because you can short stuff out on accident, but these guys are pretty robust. I've done this on probably 10 of these units at this point, so get that flex connector plugged in there, and I'm just going to let it sit like this. We'll clean off that screen. Alright, and here's what happens when we turn it on. There's those big ugly screen lines. I'll prop it up. Now we can play with the contrast a little bit, but really I want to see all the screen lines that are there. So I'm going to black it out. Let me not put the camera in my crotch. Hold on. Oh, hello. I'm still learning to work on camera, but let's go for it. Okay. So the process here is we get our soldering iron. We get it nice and hot. I've got to turn it up first. I love this iron, by the way. This is the TS100. It is just wonderful. It gets super hot, super fast. It was cold just a second ago. We're at 350. I'm actually going to turn that heat down. I'll do that at 300. I don't want to melt the plastic here. I just want to warm it up enough. But if you're in the market for a soldering iron, would recommend. Quite wonderful. It's super compact. It's super nice. I've not actually tried using the USB power input on there. I've only ever used that barrel jack, and that's the only complaint I have with it, is that the barrel jack power supply is kind of huge. So it's not super portable. So this is going to feel like magic. You heat up this pad here. And these screen lines, you see they follow the iron. And we're just going to reheat this area. And what it's going to do is it's going to reconnect those stripes for the display. And slowly it's just going to work its way in. And we'll have what looks like a brand new display. Let's go ahead and start that side also. And you can see that the lines kind of follow my iron here. I'm trying to be real gentle, not burn in one spot too much, but be consistent with the lines. The lines, they seem to be most frequently popping up at the edges from the Game Boys that I've repaired. I've seen some that have one like right down the middle, but in general, and it's just going to be small movements here. There we go, that's what we're looking for. And it just takes a little bit, but you see we've got some back over there. We're making good progress. A lot of times as you're doing it, it doesn't look like it's actually solving anything. But then as you get further and further in, it starts to be a lot more clear. We're just doing it one row at a time. There it is. Almost there. It's one of the most satisfying repairs to do. You can just watch it, watch the heat do the work. This is something that I might be able to do on the rework station actually. I've not done that before. I'd be a little bit hesitant to try a new method for this. This has always worked for me, and so I'm a little bit stuck to it. Alright. And we're almost there. We just gotta get a little bit more. And I try to kind of almost scribble on it, because I don't want to leave too much heat in one spot. You can actually end up burning it, and that makes the display worse. So we've got a couple that are just not there yet. Let's just work that in. And it's very light pressure. It doesn't really require a lot. But this area here seems to be the last holdout. And as it cools off, look at that. Halfway done. That is satisfying. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the other half now. And same as before, you just gotta be really gentle. Give it a little bit of room and a little bit of heat. And this side seemed to have a little bit less of an issue, but it's nice to have all your rows of pixels back. It's pretty tough when the edges of the screen are all blacked out and you're playing a game where you need to see that part. If you're playing something like Mario, right, like any platformer really, playing that with screen lines is a big pain. They're almost all gone. Let's get that last little bit. Try to blow on it, cool it off a little bit. Looks like we've got one on the very edge here. Let's just make sure that we're all reflowed. I want to make sure we get that last line reconnected. You can see it flicker in and out. There we go. Now that last one, I don't know if that comes up on camera, but it's kind of faint. I'm just going to give it a little bit more love. There it is. That's what we're looking for. That's perfect. Okay. That is a repaired DMG screen. Let's go ahead and clean up the housing, and we'll clean up the motherboard, and we will reassemble this guy, and we'll have one more working console tonight. Come on. There we go. Alright, so again, I'm just gonna pull this up and out. There we go. We'll wipe that off. Let's lift this one out. Oh, you know what? I need to take the batteries out first. These batteries actually do a lot to keep the shell together. We're going to do a little bit of research also on how to get rid of that JST. I don't know what chemicals would be safe to put on this Game Boy. I'd rather not make things worse. I'd rather just only improve the situation. Oh, I realized I totally blocked my face cam. You know what? That's probably okay, but just in case, I'll move you guys to right here. And then we'll work there. That way we can see when I talk to the camera. That works? That works? Cool. I don't have a monitor over here yet. We'll get one eventually. Okay. The plan with this, where'd the toothbrush go? We're just gonna gently kind of work as much of this out as we can. It doesn't need to be perfect, but it needs to be better. Yeah, this stuff is tough. I really am curious what it is. Although I don't know if that's the kind of situation where I'd really rather not know. Let's take the battery contacts out. It's kind of a pain. You have to really push down in there. There we go. Did I get it? There's one. Oh yeah, that blue there, that's the corrosion I was referencing earlier. That stuff is often what stops Game Boys from working. The corrosion, it'll stop the batteries from properly connecting. And when that happens, your system can't turn on. Okay, there's those. We'll get a wire brush and replace those in a bit. Let's clean some of this out. Now this back piece actually doesn't have any of the stickers or anything on it, so I feel pretty comfortable just dropping this straight into a bucket of water just to clean it off. With parts like this that have that original sticker, I really try not to do that. I think you've got a good chance of kind of ruining your system or your stickers. Okay, that looks like it's going to need a lot more work to get on, so I'm going to do that off of stream. Let's go ahead and move on to the buttons. I have these in a little bowl of soapy water. Come on. There's our D-pad. And I'm just gonna very, very gently work that soap into the corners there. Down in that center pad. Get all four of those little corners up under in the holes there. And I'll set that out and we'll dry those in a minute. Let's see. Oh wow, you can feel the sand on that thing. I wonder if they left it out at a beach or something. Between the corrosion and the dust, I wonder if it's like sand that's gotten corroded or something over time. I'm honestly just not sure. I've never seen anything like it. Okay. Well, the buttons look good. They don't look super worn or anything. That's a relief. These button pads do look a little bit used, shall we say. Definitely closer to bad than good. But when I tested them, they functioned. So that's okay. You kind of have to play a game of chicken with these kind of parts. You really don't want to... Oh, thanks for the follow, Gamer Lab. How you doing today? These parts, you really don't want to replace them if you don't need to. At least I don't. I like keeping the original intact, kind of for historical sake. But, you know, sometimes you want to do cool stuff. Actually, here, I have my DMG that I'll show you guys real quick. I'm really happy with mine. It is a DMG that I have a backlight in. I don't have a battery in it right now, so I'm not going to turn it on, but it's a custom shell. These buttons are actually all silicone, so they're not plastic like hard buttons. But even though I did that shell swap and the button swap, I did keep all the original parts, and I keep them together so that when I'm ready, I can kind of put together the original true Game Boy, I guess. Maybe that's idealistic, but I enjoy it. Okay, I think, did we get all the buttons? Yeah, I'm just playing around in soapy, filthy water. I don't know how much of that you guys can see. There's so much like particulate in there. It's really just, it's disgusting. Okay. Let's just try to dry these as best we can. And again, I'll end up going back over these ones. That case I'm gonna have to do some work on, so we'll take another pass at it off stream. All right, these look drier. Dry enough to sit on the desk at least. I'll get the Q-tips out and really get in there, but I'd like to lay this out more first. Okay, let's grab some Q-tips and go over it with some alcohol. Okay. So all I'm doing here is just trying to dry it off just a little bit. I don't want to put all that moisture straight back into the Game Boy. It's probably not going to do a ton, but it's not good for it. So you really just want to make sure that it's mostly dry. And that looks good, that looks good. These button pads I think are just supposed to be off-white, but it always looks, it just looks a little bit yellowed, kind of dirty. So it's hard to tell if it's truly clean or not. I get a bit paranoid with that, but it is what it is. All right, let's just some isopropyl alcohol just to clean some of this gunk out. This isopropyl alcohol is really the savior of these old systems. The other day I cleaned, I replaced a save battery in a Pokemon game, and when I went to play it again, it didn't work, and I was pretty scared, but I realized I had gotten the contacts for the cartridge just a little bit dirty, and as soon as I cleaned the contacts again, it works just fine. So isopropyl alcohol is really come in handy. We're going to go ahead and clean these pads up just a little bit. And you can tell by the color of the Q-tip, it's not grabbing a ton of dirt or anything, which means that besides whatever dust was in that, it's pretty clean. I'm going to set these aside. Actually, I'll keep the towel here. This is filthy. You can see up in here, it's got all that dust stuck in there. The backside as well. So, ooh, that is rough. whatever that is. Yeah, that's filthy. So let's see what we can do about that. I am gonna go ahead and remove the old, oh wow, that didn't take much. The old plastic screen lens. This one was particularly scuffed and scraped. You can see it there. All right, let's just wipe it a little bit. And then I'm gonna go in there with some isopropyl alcohol, just a touch. And really just work it in. Those speaker grills can really collect dust and grime and dirt. It's right under your hand, so dead skin just sits there. Yeah, I wonder if it got set in something. I really don't know the story behind this one, because this, wasn't my system, and I didn't buy it from somebody that I knew. I really don't know the history behind it. I much prefer when there's some sort of story or reason for the damage that's on these things. But sometimes, you just don't get to know, and you get to speculate. Okay, let's clean up in there. Trying to just collect all this gunk. Oh, that was a lot, but what I'd like to do is totally remove whatever that is. Let me get in there with a little bit finer control. See if I can just scrape it. I wonder if it's rust. I just really don't know. My first thought is like, what is it called? Like termite dust? Like it almost feels like that, but maybe the Game Boy sat in like a machine shop, and it got like fillings. I feel like these are metallic, although the speaker looks pretty clean. So the speaker's magnetic. I feel like if it was metallic, then the speaker would be covered in it. So it's not that, maybe? I'm just not sure. I don't know. That's already looking so much better. Clean up around the screen there. And then we'll go through with a bit of a finer, Q-tip and see what we can do. These things are the perfect size for getting up under those button pad cavities and down and around the action buttons and the D-pad. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Doom on a Game Boy. I think there was a Doom release for the Game Boy. Doom came out on everything when it was huge. I feel like they would have. I'm not sure how successfully you could play Doom with 2 buttons and a D-pad, although Doom was also, it's famous for being ported to everything. Like, how do you play Doom on a printer? They ported it, but I don't know if you can play it. That would be, I don't know, be interesting. I could definitely look for it and pull it up on an emulator and try it out. I'm actually curious now. Yep. Hi. Okay, good night. Love you guys.
Good night, I love you. Nice.
I'm cleaning Game Boys. I got one of the Game Gears working.
Hello. Who are you talking to?
Nobody.
Oh, are you streaming?
Yeah.
Hello, live stream audience.
Everyone,
Good night.
say goodnight to Bootstrap Dave.
Bootstrap Dave's going to bed.
So happy for you.
Alright, I love you guys.
Love you. Good night. Sleep well. Okay. That looks a lot better. Yep, that's fine. Let's get some of this other gunk. The inside of this D-pad is particularly... Oh, look at that. It's like cleaning your ears. It's disgusting. Okay, let's get a new Q-tip. That one's gross. I think this definitely isn't the dirtiest system I've ever cleaned. I've cleaned there was a Game Boy Advance that I cleaned once that was one of the dirtiest things I've ever held just in general. Not to mention had to repair. But I got it working, and I gave it a fancy screen mod, and what else did I put? Like a rechargeable battery in the bottom. It was actually pretty great. I ended up selling it online for a couple $100. Those modded Game Boy Advances, they go for quite the price, especially if they're done well. Okay, this looks better. Oh, we've got a little bit of a scuff on the corner there. Somebody dropped it. Let's see if we can clean that up just a little bit. Yeah, that looks pretty good. It's not the cleanest, but later it can sit in a soap bath and all this extra gunk will end up just kind of falling out. I'd love to get one of those ultrasonic cleaners that kind of does this type of work for you. It'll sit there and jiggle everything. All right, let's take a look at the battery contacts before we do anything else. I'm gonna just clean them off just a touch. They were functioning already, so I'm not gonna do a ton. But I'd like to clean off some of that blue corrosion that you see there. That corrosion happens just because these systems sit in drawers or in cabinets or boxes for decades, honestly, with batteries still in them. And those batteries aren't made to last forever. They do eventually degrade and corrode and kind of leak their fluid. And when that happens, it's really bad for the components. So if you have any electronics at home that you aren't using, just take the batteries out of them. You don't have to do anything special. As long as the batteries aren't sitting in there, then you're good. It's the same as like the capacitors that we looked at earlier. Over time, the chemicals for the adhesive and for the actual capacitors for batteries themselves just wear, and they get worse. All right, those look good. Let's see about removing. I don't know how much more of this is going to come off. It just might not. We're going to put the new screen lens in, so I was hoping that some of this would come off, but it's pretty on there. That's doing something. Okay, well that's cleaning it. Yeah, so we're gonna put on one of those really nice fancy glass screen lenses, and that's just gonna give us a nice kind of view into that LCD. These LCDs are pretty dated technology, and I think honestly they were not awesome even when they released, but you know, it was an affordable handheld. I believe the Game Boy sold for $99, which, even for adjusting for inflation, GamerLab, hey, just followed not too long ago. I have an Xbox 360 controller that I left the batteries in, and the prongs on the controller turned crusty green. Yeah, try rubbing alcohol and toothbrush. If that doesn't work, the other thing I really like to use is, it looks like a toothbrush, but it's got metal. It's like a steel brush. on this one, you can see like that really dark blue that's sitting there. That would come off with a metal scrub brush. So try that out. Let me know how that goes. That would probably get most of it off. For an Xbox 360 controller, I think that'd be pretty easy to take apart and fix. But yeah, for sure. Rubbing alcohol is always a safe thing. So alcohol is great because it doesn't conduct electricity. There's no other reason for alcohol except for it being a non-conductive liquid. No other reason to have alcohol. Anyway, yeah, no, give that a shot. See if it works. It should be okay. The rubbing alcohol will kind of clean up a lot of the dirt and a little bit of the grime and some of the corrosion. But try a stiff toothbrush or the metal brushes. But if you do the metal one, take it out, kind of how I have it here. The metal will scratch up the plastic on the inside of the battery housing, and it'll just look ugly. So I'd not recommend it. Yeah, good question though. Yeah, thanks. Okay, we're gonna pop these battery terminals back in, and we're gonna test it one more time. I put that one backwards. We're gonna test it one more time before we assemble, just to make sure everything is functioning. These battery terminals actually do go in a specific way. If you mess it up, it'll be a bit frustrating. I did make that mistake once, and it was before I really understood what I was doing. I ended up cutting the terminal to make it fit, and it worked just fine. I think I probably still have that sitting around somewhere. But it just wasn't necessary. Alright, let's flip this on. Go ahead and test it. I'll fix the contrast. Yay! And that's good sound too. Let's hear that again. Come on. I'm gonna turn the music on the stream down real quick so we can hear the sound. The volume up. Alright. Here we go. Nice. That's what we like to hear. That is a good volume too. Okay, let's turn the music back on. All right. Now, what we need to do is get the buttons back in. Go ahead and button everything up. No pun intended. And finally we'll pop that glass screen lens on and it'll look all pretty. Alright, so we've got our D-pad. These A and B buttons are actually the same mold for both of the buttons. A lot of times for like a DS with ABXY buttons, you've got to put them in a specific spot. Or even like a Game Boy Advance, they're keyed. But this one, not so much. They don't really care where you put them in, which I appreciate because that means that when I buy a set of like 1,000 replacement buttons, they'll work for either A or B. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to clean the power switch. We'll do that next. Is that everything? Let's clean off that speaker and the button contacts real quick. I'm excited to get to the end of the repair, but I don't want to be hasty and miss something. I just like to give everything a quick once over with the isopropyl alcohol. And that'll just make sure anything that's stuck in there is getting out. You can actually see the residue from the flux where they originally put this stuff together, like I was doing earlier with the Game Gear integrated circuit that I replaced. That flux can kind of get all over, and that has been there for years and years and years and years and years, so it's not coming off. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and drop some alcohol just down into the... Ooh, that was too much. We're going to move the slider around. You really want to work it in. Okay, that looks better. Now we can place the speaker, place this down, look at it again to make sure that we're not crazy. The number of times that I've reassembled one of these systems and left like buttons out, or left a speaker out, or even a screen, that's one of those mistakes that I have made numerous times and will continue to make. It is what it is. Okay. Let's get this all put together. So the next system I think we're going to go through is one of those Game Boy Colors. Those Game Boy Colors are pretty fun to fix. I really like these older systems because, one, the size of the components makes them quite a bit easier to repair. But it's just easy to see what's going on in the system. I do have a bit of an affinity for those old systems. During middle school, we would go to the secondhand store where they would have electronics and stuff, and I would get Game Boy games or Game Boy systems, or kind of go through what they had at the store. That's where I got all my Game Boy Pokemon games and my complete in box Game Boy Color. So if you're ever in Japan, book off. Would recommend. Love that place. There's a ton of them. Okay. Screen looks good. Alright, now what we're going to do is we're going to set that aside and go ahead and do the back. Like I said earlier, we're going to drop some alcohol down onto the power switch. I just want to make sure that that doesn't go bad. Do a quick cleaning pass on here. Got my headphone cable all wrapped up around me. Okay. Oh, been sitting for too long. Okay, so let's take a look. Oh wow, those Q-tips are quite dirty. Let's go ahead and do this guy. I'm just going to be very gentle and try to not absolutely dump alcohol in there. That was much better than last time. Okay, much better, much better. Alright, same thing here, like we did with the volume sliders. We're just going to flick it back and forth a bunch. Drop a tiny, tiny, tiny bit more in there. And just to get any gunk, grease, flux, whatever. Same with this slider here. Just a tiny bit. Okay. That's good. Let's clean out the headphone jack a little bit. Thankfully, I don't see any corrosion on the headphone jack there. That is another place where water and whatnot can get in. It's on those Game Boy Colors that we're dealing with pretty bad corrosion on those. Those are where I've seen pretty rough patches. Okay, this is good. Let's go ahead and get the extension port. It looks like that extension port cover never actually came off, so I'm not seeing very much dirt or anything in there. Yeah, that's actually quite clean. That's sad. That means they probably weren't trading Pokemon with their friends. Hey Jake, how are you doing? We're about to finish up this Game Boy repair here. We're just about to put it all back together. Alright. Let's go ahead and... Oh, I don't want to forget the power switch. That's one of those ones that, like I was talking about earlier, I easily forget. And you do have to take apart the entire thing to get to it. Oh, not there. That is one of the case screws. Come on. Please. There we go. Alright, these ones. That's a case screw. We've got one more hiding somewhere. Let's see. Did I miss one on the front? Ah, there. This music is nice. It's like a lo-fi Pokemon playlist. Hammered. Nice. I am glad that you were enjoying your Thursday night. I hope Friday morning goes okay, but you know, it is what it is. For legal reasons, I do not condone excessive alcohol drinking. For legal reasons. Anyway, what are you drinking? I hope it's not isopropyl alcohol. Okay. This is... Ooh, we've got a little bit more of that dirt kind of tucked in the lettering there. Let's see if we can't brush that out. That's fair. Okay, let's see. There it goes. Beautiful. Man, the things that a toothbrush can fix, it's quite wonderful. Just make sure you get a new toothbrush. Don't use this one for brushing your teeth and fixing stuff. Let's see if that's gonna... Oh, that's coming off. Good to see. Okay, let's get a little bit more on there. I'm gonna use the cloth instead of the brush because it's a little bit less abrasive. Oh, that's doing something. Okay, that is quite wonderful. I might have to kind of touch some of that up a little bit later, but that is very satisfying to see. Now, I don't know if everyone is like this, but as a kid, and even now, I don't like writing my name on stuff, especially like video games. Like, my parents always wanted us to write our name in Sharpie on the like DS chargers and stuff. I have siblings, and so they wanted us to be able to tell them apart. But it always irks me. Like it just feels wrong to write on things with Sharpie, not in like a breaking the rules way. It just feels like it's damaging my item. I was always fighting my parents about that. I remember them getting us, well, I mean, I bought my 3DS, but when my siblings got old enough and had 3DSs, my parents wanted us to have like labels on the chargers and on the accessories and whatnot, and I would always just tell them, well, mine'll be the blank one. I won't put anything on mine, and that worked. That worked okay. I don't think they cared much, but the amount of systems that I've cleaned that have had people's names on them, it just makes me wonder, like, is that, I don't feel like it's weird to, I think it's strange to put your name on something like that. I understand like a sticker, like Seikun, but the Sharpie is a little rough. One of the Game Boy colors I have, actually, I'll pull it out and show you guys. I think it's the lime green one. The Game Boy on the inside of the battery cover has somebody's name written, and I think that's forgivable. That's tasteful, I think. It's just I don't know, there's something about the like Sharpie straight on the system that I just don't love. Oh, Nerf guns were the other thing. I would play Nerf with my neighbors as a kid. We'd, shoot each other with the Nerf guns, but my parents wanted me to put my name in Sharpie on like the magazines and the guns and stuff. And I really hated doing that. I can't really explain why. It's always been like wrong in my head to do that. Okay, so these are our last screws for this one. We're gonna go ahead and get this all settled. And again, like I said earlier, later off of stream, I am gonna soak this whole case in, at least the back half of the case, in soap water, just to kind of get some of this dirt and grime and whatever the silver gunk is out of it. I don't think that makes particularly enticing stream content, so we're gonna not worry about that on stream. That's fair. Felt the same way with my PS game cards and DS games. Yeah, like, I never had to put my name on the DS games, but like definitely on my chargers and stuff. Like even like my phone charger. I remember us going on a trip and my parents were like, okay, time to put your name on the wall wart. Like I don't want to do that. So we have some in the house that say my siblings' names, but none that say mine. I don't know. It's maybe it's just a strange thing about me, but I've always felt it was normal, so you guys are weird. I'm the normal one. Oh, there it is. All right, let's do the volume up. Test the cartridge reader. Cartridge reader is good. Cool trick with these is that when the cartridge isn't reading right, the Nintendo logo will be all pixelated and funky. So you can always tell pretty quickly. Okay, here is our glass screen lens, and that's going to sit right there, and it's going to make the system look so pretty. All right, let's do one last pass on the screen area with some alcohol, and then we'll go ahead and lower that on, and we will finish this Game Boy here. Got a separate colored DS case and bag for my siblings to separate them. Yeah, that's kind of what we ended up doing with the actual DS systems. I had the blue DS Lite and then the blue 3DS. And then my sister had the pink DS Lite and the purple 3DS, and my brother had the red 3DS. Yeah, I have a lot of funny memories from the 3DS times with my siblings. I played a lot of Animal Crossing and a lot of Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. Those were my jam. I actually finished the Pokédex in Gen 6. I'm still pretty proud of that. It was not an easy task. Oh, these lenses look so good. There's just something about the pure glass. Oh no. We have a speaker, don't we? Well, you know what? The speaker sounds fine. I'm going to set that aside and we'll use it to fix a Game Boy that has a worse speaker in it. Now, when we take this peel off, it's going to separate there. So I'm going to try and grab it. Here's the tweezers. I've got to be really careful because this this lens is glass, so I really don't want to be like very intrusive, because the glass is really strong, but it can crack, or not crack, but scratch easier. All right, so we just have this paper. I have even finer tweezers here. If not, we'll use a knife. Oh, we got it. Yes. Okay. Oh, that's nice. All right. One last check. We're gonna go ahead and just give that a quick little wipe, just in case there's any of my fingerprints or dust or anything in there. And that looks about as good as it can be. Yeah. All right. Ooh, that adhesive is sticky. And we're just gonna drop that right down. Beautiful. So it fits perfectly. It has the same exact pattern as our old one, except look at the difference. It's night and day. All right. And here is the final reveal. Let's go ahead and turn it on. Make sure the volume's up. Ah, beautiful. Let's do it again without the music. Give me a second. Okay, let's go ahead and turn it on. And that's what we like to see. There it is. Okay, that's one more system fixed. That feels good. And there's our Pokemon Gold intro. It sounds great. We got Lapras moving around. Oh, perfect. Pocket Monster Gold. Okay. That is one more system done. Pog Champ. If you ask me, Pog Champ. All right, let's go ahead and take the batteries out. Like I said earlier, I don't want to keep the batteries in there if we don't have to. Pog, thank you. Yes. Okay. I'll set that aside. Let's make a note in the book. Pocket. DMG. Lines and corrosion. Good. Oh, we need to test the buttons. Corrosion, check. Cart, reader, check. Okay, let's go ahead and test these buttons real quick, just so that I can mark that I have everything tested. same thing as before. We're just going to use the menu in Pokemon. That'll give us a good enough little test suite. When I do have something else interesting to show on stream for you guys. I have a Game Boy Advance cartridge that has a official Nintendo test suite loaded onto it. All right, A works, up and down work, left and right work, B works, start works, and again, we can't test select with this, but I'm pretty confident we'll go in there and we'll test it. Okay, I'll mark the test select, but I'd say that is a job well done. Let's move on to our next system. We're going to go ahead and go to one of these Game Boy Colors. Okay, that's trash. I should set up a little trash bin next to my workbench here. All right, let's pick a Game Boy Color. Let's see. We've got lots of them. Oh, yeah, let's do that. Game Boy Pocket Yellow, that's fine. All right, let's look at the green one real quick. We'll start here. Here's our Game Boy. Let's pop some batteries in and take a look. We'll get a quick baseline and then we'll see what's going on. Oh, thanks Devin Hogg or Devin T Log, but I think it's an H. Or Hoy, maybe? Oh, I thought it was Hog, but I think it's probably Hoy. Anyway, thanks, Devin. Okay, we've got power. We've got sound. I have marked that we really just need to replace the screen lens. Let's test the buttons real quick. Nope. And I will say that Pokemon Gold and Silver, they do look much better in color on the Game Boy Color. These displays are truly so much better. Okay, the buttons are good. Let's get in here, see what we can see, and then we will replace our screen lens with the glass one, make it look real pretty. And again, we've got these tri-wing screwdrivers, but you can see there's so much of a difference. Let's put them side by side. I wonder if I can... Here, I'll just align this to you all. There we go. Let's put them side by side. The difference in size of these units, if you've never seen them side by side before, is quite astonishing. It's quite a bit thinner. By a lot. It takes 2 batteries instead of 4. It takes the same cartridge. They're so much narrower too. The Game Boy Color was such a step up. How much are they being resold for? That is a good question. I don't know yet. These ones are being fixed for a client. I don't really want to talk about that on stream, at least for these devices. But in general, a Game Boy Color in good condition, especially after being fixed and cleaned like I'm doing here, about $100, give or take, maybe $20, depending on condition. Now, because I'm putting in the glass lens and I've really put the work and cleaning into these systems, probably on the higher end of that, but I can't really talk about that for these systems. For the systems that I'm fixing for myself, I'm happy to talk about, but because this one's for a client, I can't really say. You can look on like eBay where like they have the, yeah, where they've got the sold for, and it's not perfect, but that's a pretty good sign. And this again, beautiful PCB. The button contacts are in good condition. This little dot here comes from the D-pad sitting down onto the PCB and contacting it, and then rolling around, and it just slowly over the years works a hole in the silkscreen. One of these Game Boys, it might be the silver Game Boy Pocket. Really, you can tell how many hours and hours and hours that the system was used for just by how worn that one dot is. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to replace this plastic shell, this plastic screen lens, excuse me. We're going to twist, and that's going to break the adhesive just enough. We're going to get a little shim up under here and just lift the LCD out. And you want to be really gentle with these. They are quite fragile. You can see they've got two ribbon cables. They've got a folded down one back here and then one up here. I'm going to set that aside. And same thing, we're just going to twist, and then we're going to push and just remove this old scratched up screen lens. Set it aside. We don't need that anymore. I'm going to clean off all this adhesive residue. Told bro we geek hard. It's true. We do in fact geek hard. How you doing? I always forget how to pronounce your username. Touchkey? I feel like I always am getting it wrong. Can I buy a vowel, please? I can't. All right, cool. No worries, man. How have you been? It's good to see your name. I hope you've been doing well. All right, let's grab another Q-tip. You missed it. We just finished a DMG repair. I've got it. Actually, I should just set it in the frame here. We just fixed that guy. I have a headache because I haven't been eating my veggies or drinking enough water, one of the two. Honestly, that's real. I've been telling my brother that very frequently. He's got to eat his broccoli. He doesn't want to, but he's gotta. One day he's gonna start going to the gym, and he's gonna wish that he ate his broccoli. Sorry about the headache, man. That sucks. I hope the stream is chill enough that you don't, get worse. Thanks for checking in. Alright. Just trying to get any of this gunk adhesive out of there. There it is, coming off. I think Mia's still streaming. We can, after I do the screen lens replacement, I think we're gonna call it for the night. So if she's still streaming, we'll rate her. Bet. Jake, would you mind actually checking? I don't know if you follow her at all. It's Matoi Mia. Matoimia. Mia's offline. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. That's cool. I saw that she went live a little bit after I did. Okay, let's see. I got all the adhesive off. Here is our new screen lens. Again, glass, very pretty, very nice. We're gonna reset our display. And what I'm doing is just going over it with this microfiber cloth to get any little smudges, anything off of there. Have you been streaming much, Tchki? Is it Tchotchke? It's probably not Tchotchke, right? Did I just scratch it? Oh no. Thankfully I have glasses cleaner. I'm just gonna spray it and hope that yeah, that fixed it. Okay, we're good. I've got a second actually clean one here. Okay. I love these glass lenses. It's one of the coolest, like, aftermarket parts you can get, I think. Maybe not coolest, but definitely most useful. They make such a big difference with these old systems. I've found that even just changing the glass lens changes the look, the outward look of the system enough that people will think it's brand new. Not to be like deceptive or anything. It just it feels like such a quality improvement. All right, let's put those buttons back in there. Let's get this old Gameboy out of the way. Boy. Okay. Yeah, I've been sitting in this chair for 4 hours now, and I'm not used to that. I tend to stand up a lot or move around when I'm doing schoolwork or taking breaks or whatever. My desk that I work at, the computer desk, it's like a standing desk, like an up desk, and that one is quite nice when I'm doing long sessions of coding or writing or games or whatever. So I don't actually do a lot of games sitting at my desk playing. I game mostly either handheld or in VR, and so I'm either laying down or standing. It's I think different than a lot of PC gamer people, but that's okay. I got a little bit of a hair stuck in there. I just want to be really cautious that I get this clean because oh, come on. I don't want to have to do it again. I have to reseat the display. Oh, I say that and then I immediately set it down on the dirty towel. Look at me. I'm a professional, I promise. Okay, that looks good. Let's pop it into the back shell. We've got all the buttons. Oh, power switch. Those power switches, man. They get me probably every other time I do one of these. It's ridiculous. The number of times that I have had to reassemble an entire system. Actually, I think I have one in the box here that's assembled, but I have to take it apart and put this power switch in and put it back together. Okay. There we go. Let's put the batteries in. We'll open this lens up. Hopefully this one will be a little bit easier to separate than the last one was. Okay, and we'll go in there with super fine tweezers and just try to ease that paper up off. Okay, we got some of it, but not all of it. There we go. Okay. Boom. Wonderful. I'm gonna line it up and then just drop it in. Beautiful. That is a good looking display. Oh, I missed, but that's okay. The power button on the ThinkPads is the same way. I forget forgot way too many of them. Did you repair those? Oh, yeah. I remember that, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Man, power buttons are one of those things where, like, usually they're small enough that they're easy to forget, but, I mean, you have to have them, so good luck. All right. Here we go. Let's turn off the music again so I can have the Game Boy sound. Okay. Let's give it a go. Nice. That display looks a lot better. No scratches, no scuffs. Straight glass. We got Pokemon Gold. Buttons still work. Good stuff. Oh, the display is so much clearer now. One cable's connecting to a daughter board with no screws to hold them in place. That's really strange. Was there at least like a plastic clip or something? Daughter boards usually get at least something. I guess the DMG I just repaired didn't have one either for a screw for the daughter board. Let's see if we can get this Devin Hoy off of here. Sorry, Devin. Your time is over. I have to give it to him, though. Devin took good care of his Game Boy. I gotta respect that much. Even if they wrote their name on the inside, they took good care of their system. So, props to Devin. The DB had like 2 screws, so the power button was just a slot. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, no, I've seen some of that. That happens. Okay. This is looking good. No name in there anymore, just wear from the batteries being set in there. That is another system. That's 3 tonight. I think that's good work. Let's go through what we still have to fix, and then I will sign off. Oh, actually, you know what? No, we're going to look in the microscope at the crazy corrosion, because I think that's a cool thing to look at for next time. Okay, I think these are going to be the interesting ones to take a look at. This guy is the corroded one, I believe. Maybe not. Maybe I'm crazy. The screen polarizer was bad and like burnt out, so I've got to figure out a good way to scrape like all of these little bits off. It's a pain in the butt, but this is in wonderful condition. The shine on that finish is just so lovely. Let's get in here. I believe this is the one that I noted in the book that... Oh, no, please don't. Please don't, please. I think the pink one is the one that I noted in the book that was incredible. Yeah, it is. But I may have moved parts around. So let's just take a look. And if it is, then we'll have something quite entertaining. Not even going to read that comment, Jake. I can't do it. Can't justify that. I'm so sorry. Okay, yeah, this looks like a good motherboard. So I must have put the bad motherboard in one of the blue ones. I do have 2 blue Game Boy colors that I wanted to fix. And I think I'd rather have 1 blue one and a pink one than 2 working blue ones. You know, just for variety's sake. So... This Game Boy, actually, let me just take this off and we'll replace the screen lens. We're already in here. And then we'll do a few tests, check the buttons, check the sound. Oh, this one's missing a speaker. Well, let's do the speaker replacement then. I'll do one more tonight. That last one was pretty quick. Just one more. Just one more. That's what they all say. Just one more. All right. Same as before. Let the buttons come out. Yeah, the speaker for that one's in here. We're going to twist to just get some of that adhesive loose, and we're going to use our pry tool. Get up under there, pull the screen out. We want to keep that screen adhesive in there. That is a good looking screen. I'm going to set that aside. All right, our screen lens. Now, I've seen a few different ways of doing this, but the best way that I've found is really just pushing it. You can try to twist it off, and I've had okay with that, but that worked just fine. So brute force, turns out it works. All right, let's get this adhesive out of there. That old glue is so gross. Turns out my fingertip is a really good tool to get it out, so I'll call it good. All right. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, there we get a little bit more adhesive. All right. Oh, you know what? This is the screen that had a little bit of a fold in it. A lot of these Game Boys you go into, and you can tell that other people have been in them before. You find stripped screws. You'll find scratches on the motherboard. You'll find all sorts of strange stuff. I don't claim to be the most educated person on this kind of retro maintenance, but I've worked on quite a few, and you can definitely tell when somebody's been in there and they shouldn't have. That is one of the sad things to see when you're repairing these Game Boys, is like somebody's tried to fix something and they've only made it worse. Okay, the display looks fine. So the fold and the ribbon, I think it'll be fine. Let's go ahead and install the screen lens. Oh, I'll keep that on there. All right, we'll pop the buttons in. This one I already cleaned, so the shell, I don't actually remember it being too dirty. This one wasn't too bad. Some of the other ones have been quite rough, but this one, okay. All right, let's drop that. That wasn't the most graceful way of doing that, but we're surviving. Okay, that's good. Let's put, oh, you know what? How could I forget? It needs a speaker. I have a speaker for it. Let's give it a speaker. Soldering iron here. This is a very simple fix. What we're gonna do is we're gonna tin these two pads here, and we're just gonna kind of pull through where the speaker connection used to be, and then let me grab our new speaker real fast. Where's that? Here it is. here's our new speaker. So we'll put that on there, and we'll be set to go. I believe it's marked positive, negative. Let's see. You know, I can't tell. I'm looking at another Game Boy to kind of check it. Can actual crease in the ribbon cable affect performance function? Yeah, it can. So these ribbon cables are really, really flimsy and fragile and prone to breaking, snapping, folding, bending. You have to be so gentle with them. Most like hardware components can take a bit of a beating. Ribbon cables are the only thing that I am that cautious with. Ribbons, they just I don't even know what material they're really made out of. I guess it's probably just a plastic type thing. Let's clean this off with just a touch. So the plastic, it's got copper in it that actually makes the connection, but oh, did that? Yeah, you guys can still see me. The plastic is still just prone to creasing, and then that ruins the copper connection behind it. And when that happens, you're toast. The ribbons are super difficult to repair. You can do it. The only way I've seen people actually successfully repair ribbon cable is by bypassing the ribbon cable with an individual like angel hair wire, like super fine stuff. I don't think that is a good option for what we're doing here. So you'll notice I'm having a really hard time getting the heat to actually conduct to this solder point. It got there, but it took a really long time. So creases in ribbon cables happen a lot. If you've ever taken apart like a DS or a Game Boy Advance SP, they pop a ribbon cable up through the hinge mechanism, which is it's a brilliant piece of engineering, but in the hands of a 5-year-old, it quickly becomes a design flaw. The ribbons are really cool. I've seen a lot of really interesting stuff designed for ribbons. Oh, I'm not soldering hot enough, that's why. I'm going to change my temperature here to 350. We'll let it heat up, and then we'll go back to it. So, ribbons, I think, they're impressive, but sometimes wires just make more sense. But wires take up a lot more space. So it's a bit of a trade-off, right? Like, you get portability, but you lose durability, I guess, is your cost. Let's put some flux in here. Where's my flux? This desk has become a mess very, very quickly. Where is it? Ah, here. The fanciest iron I've ever seen. Yeah, it is, it costs a little money, but I do so much work with it that it has paid for itself, is what I'll say. Between the job that I'm doing now and the last job where I worked, I have gotten my fair share of use out of the soldering iron. I quite like it. It's very portable. I would recommend it if you're going to be doing a lot of soldering work, but I love the temperature control. It is a outstanding feature of this iron. Being able to finally control temperature that quickly is just, unmatched. The last iron that I had before this one just had a dial from like 1 to 10, so you have no clue what temperature you're running at. You can't really, like, that's not good measuring. So this is a big change, but it's a good change. There we go. That's what we needed. All right, let's get that all cleaned off. We had to get all the old like corrosion and gunk cleaned off of that joint. There's still a bit of that wire that's still stuck in there, but I don't know there's much I can do about that right this second. Okay. Let's see. You know, I gotta be honest, I don't actually know if speakers are polarized. I don't know if I need to put them in one way or another. The speaker that I have says plus or minus, but the old Game Boy ones don't. So I don't know. I guess I can try to track where the ground plane is and see if I can tell, like, which one to put it in. Let's take a look, shall we? Let's put the iron away for a minute. We're gonna trace some traces. Let's go to the microscope. Welcome to the scope. All right. I'm gonna actually move the scope closer to the middle so I can. Actually, we'll leave it here. Hello. All right. So these two right here. Can you see that? You can't. Yep. Okay. These are our speaker ports. One might be positive, one might be negative. That's what we're trying to find out. So you can see where the traces go, and I don't actually see any traces that lead to here on this side of the board, so it's probably a through-hole component. We should check on this side. Now, on this side, looks like one goes up to here and passes through there and goes to the positive side on that one. So I'm going to guess that that's positive. Let's see if we can track the minus trace. I'm going to just look at it up close because I can't see. Man, it's hard to tell. The bottom trace seems to go to the minus side. Yeah, okay, so they are polarized. Wait, never mind, Reddit lied. Yeah, I think we found the traces, so I think we're probably safe as far as the polarization goes. We're going to give it a shot. Worst case scenario, we ruin it and break it, and I have to buy a new speaker. These things cost like $1. It'll be okay. Alright, so positive is going to be that top terminal there. What we're going to do is we're going to tin the pad. Let's grab our soldering iron again. Alright, let's tin the pad. Tinning the pad, what that means is just putting some solder down where you're going to be going to. That helps prep your spot to receive something else. That looks good. It looks dirty, but it looks good. Okay. So the top one is going to be our positive. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to line it up on the back here. I know that's tough for you guys to see, but I'm just going to hold it with my hands and push it into the right spot. And then it's just going to push it through. And there we go. There's one joint. Oh, I'm hiding behind the microscope. Sorry, guys. Eventually, I'll put a keyboard over here to control some of that. So, I'll show you guys what I'm doing. Basically, I'm going to line it up with my fingers and just have it ready to insert. And then when it's warm enough, it's going to go all the way through. It would if I did it right. Let's try that again. I'm trying to do it in frame for you all to see. Granted, it's a little tough. Okay, that's our second pad. Let's just give it a little bit of solder. Make sure it's a good connection. That looks perfect to me. Now we test. So I'll grab this one because it's got our battery terminal in it. We'll just drop it in. Just like that. And here's what we'll do. We will turn the volume all the way up. All the way up is down that way. And I'll pop our game in there. And we'll just see if it works. It might actually work without the front plate on, so I'm going to try it. Again, we're just looking for sound. Okay, that didn't sound like anything. So let's put the screen on. It might have a boot check. It might need the screen to boot. If not, then we'll try switching the pads. Because it was a guess. Chances are the speaker's not dead. Okay, let's drop him in. Yeah, Jake, what I found with repair guides online is that a lot of them are like, what do they call them? Wives' tales? Like stuff that people will repeat to each other over and over and over again, but isn't necessarily true. Like the whole blowing in the cartridge thing, it works, but it also does add moisture to the cartridge. So it's really not good for it, but it works. So, I mean, I do it. But there's some repair stuff, like, especially with the Xbox 360, that one's really famous for having a bunch of different... yeah, we don't have sound. Okay. That's sad. Let's switch the spots and see if it works. If not, we'll try soldering in a original speaker and see if that does anything. Yeah, what I was saying, basically, when the Xbox 360 was having the red ring pandemic, what was happening was people solved the issue by all right, we're gonna do ground up on the top this time. People solved the issue by baking their Xboxes in the oven because it reflowed the solder on the joint, and it worked. It just wasn't a good solution necessarily. Strange times. But like hundreds of people did that, I think. That was such a big loss of money for Microsoft at the time. They had to pay, I mean, I think it was close to $1 billion to basically replace all these units that had suffered from this problem. All right, we've got it in. Let's test again. I really hope it works this time, because if not, then this speaker may not work at all. I will try cutting the wires and redoing them. It could just be making a bad connection on the wire end. All right, let's pop these in. Oops. The the speaker under this cloth was magnetic and it was grabbing that. Okay, let's see. No sound. Okay. So that means something else might be wrong with the sound. Let's take a closer look. No closer look required. Here's the issue. Back to the scope. You see that? See the blue in there? That should not be blue. Ladies and gentlemen, it's blue. Yeah, that's corrosion. So, what we can do is, I can find a replacement, headphone jack maybe. I'll research the audio system. So, I'm gonna write that note in the book. Okay. For the berry pink Game Boy Color, good screen, sound bad, needs new soundboard. I believe that this is either a power or a sound, but I think it's the sound. That daughter board thing that's sitting there. Tasty. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Love me some copper flavored corrosion. Really, yeah. Maybe headphone jack. Okay. Let's go ahead and put that fancy lens in there. We'll put the screen lens in. Even if the sound's not perfect, that's something I can fix another day. Alright. I'm going to be a little gentle with it. Lift that out. Make sure that we're clean. Oops, that's not clean. Make sure we're clean. That looks pretty good. Okay. We'll drop this back in. Tuck the new speaker wires where they need to go. That looks just about good. We'll button it up and put that new screen lens on there and call it a night. I'm pretty happy with 3 new working systems. It's pretty good for 4 hours. Next time we'll take a look at some more of these Game Boy Colors. We'll fix that silver Game Boy Pocket. And I do have a PlayStation 1 that's going to need some real fine surface mount work. That'll be fun to do up under the microscope. Get nice and dirty. I love that really fine work. Okay. That looks good. Pop that. Oh, no, we need the screen, or we need the power switch. Where's the power switch? Oh, I think it's in this bag here. Yeah, gotta love the copper flavored corrosion. Oh, it's not in that bag here. What? It's in another bag over here. Wait, I lied. That's 4 systems, because we have the Game Gear, the DMG, the green Game Boy Color, and the Game Boy Pocket, the Seikun Game Boy Pocket. Yeah, it's about an hour each. I think that's pretty good. Granted, I did do more work on them previously, and most of that work was on the Game Gear. So that's, I think, still solid for what we're doing today. Scope, microscope, not oscilloscope. I cannot afford an oscilloscope. I don't get paid enough to buy my own oscilloscope. I do have access to some at university, but not any for my house. I would like to build one. I think I could build one at home, like a dumb one, out of Raspberry Pi. I've seen a couple people do that. But the microscope has been great for doing that surface mount work. The parts I replaced on the Game Gear today, and the stuff for the PlayStation 1 will require the microscope. Okay. We're missing a screw. What? Where? Where is it? Is it one of these screws? That worries me. I feel like we had all of them earlier. Is it stuck to the outside of this? Okay, that's strange. I have extra, so it's okay, but it's strange. All right. Let's put the batteries back in. And grab our new screen lens. Here's the new one. Oh, thank you. That's why you said scope. I gotta put up a note or something for that. That's gonna be a recurring issue, I expect. Okay. The screen lens is ready to go. Let's try to get the stuff out. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate that. Now I know what to look for in the chat. All right. Let's clean this up a little bit. Thanks. All right. Looks much better. Oh no. I got adhesive on it. We've got a... Oh, that was a lot. That was a lot more than I expected. Oops. I wish I could have like half of one of those sprays. It's like very full when I do it. I think if I could do a half spray, that'd be nice. I should just find another spray bottle probably, but that's okay. All right. That is looking great. Let's pop this glass screen on there, and that'll be it for today. I'll just drop that into place. Beautiful. Again, we'll... Oh, it's so nice when they're shiny. It's really lovely. I forgot to turn the music back on also, so you guys don't have music right now. That's okay. We're about done. Beautiful screen. Look at that. There it is. Pop Pokemon in there. And there it is. That's our last system for the day. Thanks for checking in, guys. I'm gonna go back to the desk real quick. All right. Well, this could be interesting. This circuit board here, for another stream. It would be a very long stream of me slowly assembling a Game Boy Color from scratch, but that could be really cool. let's camera window, this one. Oops. Okay. Thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate all of you that checked in. We'll be back Sunday night. That'll be next stream. And hopefully we'll get the rest of these systems all fixed. Until then, thanks guys, and we'll see you later.